Alrighty, there we are. Oh, I need to pull my chat up real quick. Let me see.
Also, bro, why that question? Why that question of all things? Like, bruh. Also, I completely, honestly forgot about Little Anchorage. So nothing has really changed. Nothing has really changed. The mental age of Anchorage has not changed at all. She got fair. Okay, she's got glasses. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it actually fits perfectly now. I feel bad. Oh my goodness. I just got here for fit. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. It's the same picture. Yeah, exactly. Like, not much at all has changed about this little one. Why does he have skins? What do you... Oh, okay. I was confused for a second. I was like, wait, what? So, alrighty. Anyway, I was kind of interested in this event because of the Tulipa, like the Dutch faction that was supposed to be in play. They've been name dropped a couple times throughout the story, so I was really like, oh, okay, this will be a cool team, or a cool faction to see how they've done things, and I don't know how happy people are that the Northern Parliament stole half the banner. It's been a while since we've had like a faction, a split faction banner. Though. Also, these base designs are a bit much. But, also, I was wondering about what happened here, because I had like a whole bunch of these, and they disappeared on me, and I was very confused. So, I am glad that they caught that. That would have been kind of a bad thing, otherwise. You don't need 2 cannons. Yeah, I think, isn't this girl the 0.5? Kazan? I don't know her name. So we have, basically the 2 Dutch characters. Okay, fair enough. It's our banner. Ah, yes, I can hear the anthem blaring into my ears, recorder style. And it's somebody who's not really good at playing the recorders, so it just, like, absolutely caps the audio every other, like, note. Let me take care of some of this. Oh my goodness. Is this an Italian or a Royal Navy event? I don't know yet. I haven't really been paying attention to the announcements around this one. I just knew they were coming and it was a split banner. Also, she was just a battleship, if I remember right. They didn't really go into details on her originally. But I imagine it should be a Dutch event because it is, like I said, they name dropped them twice, so it should be focused around them, I would hope. Otherwise, I'd be a little bit disappointed. First thing you hear is R. Yes! I can't sing Russian, so I'm not even gonna try. Any new sirens you can... One of these days, I'm gonna get me a mallet on you, man. I'm gonna get me mallet. Promise is the only one who's done something the other girls haven't. I've heard. I've seen the footage. And I don't think that's the first one to do it, but I think that is it's a lot more bold than I remember, and I guess it does make sense that they did bump up the age rating recently. So I'm kind of not surprised by that. I don't know if people saw, but on some of the stores, I think it's the Apple Store, they bumped it up to 17 plus now. So we've gone from the days of 12 plus to 17 plus. I don't know how much longer it's going to be before this game gets rated on the Google Play Store, goes from T for teen to M for mature. So that's probably going to be a thing at some point. Though to be fair, considering the direction of their skins, they should have been M for mature probably over a year ago. So I'm not really surprised. I don't know. Check out the news secret. I don't even think I've even listened to any of them. That's not where you, no, wait. It's memories, right? Secrets, yes. Boomst. Oh. Hi, Emden. I see. Unzen has one. You have one. Haitian has one. Oh, gosh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. I forgot I have, like, a lot of these. You passed my level. I am probably not too surprised. Yeah, we need to turn into that, A scale down the, well... So there's a bit of reality we have to face here. It's the only reason Azur is probably alive still as a game. It's the only reason that I probably am still streaming this game, because it exists. So yeah, I mean, there's that argument. However, what I will also say against that argument is, it's the only thing Azur has at this point. Which is really sad. It ain't gonna happen. Well, okay. If I don't know about that. The reason I say is because all it takes is another report. And for all I know, Google might do something more. Or they might get more onto them. And that's dangerous. Especially since I have no idea if they're working on like a standalone, which honestly, they really should get rid of the private dormitory and make it its own thing. The problem is, I don't think they would do a standalone like PC client, because I don't know how popular it would be in Southeast Asia, which is where like the majority of the market share for this game is. So, well, that's what. Okay, that's one of the devs. The other dev probably could still. I think was it Yongshi isn't working on Azur Familia, so there's what is it? They probably could be working on it, but honestly, they're probably working on more private dorm stuff. Or private quarters, I guess is what it's called. So, yeah, it's, Google seems to be on a campaign, maybe a soft audit, just to keep games. Well, here's the thing. If the second report does, for any reason, end up happening, which, I don't know if that would ever happen, but, you know, the thing that happened in January was kind of a shock. But if it does happen, it's technically a second one. It's one of those, you know, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Yeah, that's not gonna look good. And if it ends up being a case where, you know, Google starts to tighten its, you know, grip against the game, the disaster would be, new event comes out, you have all the skins that come out, Day 2, they're told to take them off. that would kill a lot. So it'd be a little. Hey Francis, how you doing, man? It would be kind of scary because this is really the only way AL makes its money anymore. Make content with the game enough to be settled on whatever happens. I'm in a state of mind now where I don't like that stance for myself personally. I kind of feel like it'd be better if people didn't adopt the stance, because like if you like a game enough, you really should try to vouch for it to be the best that it can be. Granted, I understand that, you know, you're not the developer. The developers may have different priorities. They may not have the hands, blah, 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 blah. But it's one of those things where it's like, any feedback to help them improve the game should definitely be given instead of just, like, buried. So that's kind of where I'm at right now with this mindset. I would cry if AL shut down. Right now, I am more convinced it's going to be, if AL does ever end of service, it's going to be because it ran out of content. It still it doesn't pull in as much as it used to. I think the highest the best month it ever had, I think, was the Shinano month. I was looking at a bunch of revenue reports because I was kind of curious. I think the Shinano month was the best month for AL, and it got like upwards of 31 million combined, I believe. And to give you a perspective, last month was 6 mil, and February was 3 mil. So that just tells you like how rough that is. AL's popularity is going down though, like it says. Well, AL's popularity going down, I think. So the main point I have on the video, and I know that I know that I'm still working on this, so it's not 100% set in stone. But my general mood on the video is, like I said earlier, fan service does keep Azur Lane alive, but it's the only thing that it can offer. So if a game has good gameplay and fan service, it automatically beats AL. If it has good story and fan service, it beats AL. If it has good character development and fan service, it beats AL. If it has all of those, well, that's easy. That's the problem right now with that AL faces. Is that really fan service is all that Azur Lane offers. And that's kind of, part of that is because the game comes from an old, like, era of gacha games. So you've got, like, I mean, you can't obviously compare Azur Lane to, like, Genshin Impact, ZZZ, Wuthering Waves, Enfield if you want to, Azur Familia. You can't really, because that's, like, the next generation of gacha games, the 3D world that everyone started jumping into after Genshin, or blew up in the mainstream. Honestly, I don't see Yamato making as much of an impact anymore at this point. It probably would. I don't think it will get anywhere near Shinano level, but it will probably give it a good, because I think, like, if I'm being fair, I think Fritz Rumei's event actually did insanely well for AL. Granted, it was also December, which was, like, the time a lot of people aren't really working, people are looking for things to do, and that they might just be playing AL for the time. I don't know. It is what it is. Yeah, AL really didn't have a story. Azur Lane has a story. The problem with Azur Lane's story is its execution. So, like, for example, if we're looking at, I know I'm going into, like, points on my video, but I feel like this would actually explain a lot of things to why I view AL the way that it is now. And this is just something I've kind of, like, I've gotten to the point where, thanks to Arknights, or at least, sorry, thanks to Enfield, I'm critically thinking a lot more about how these games I play are, and why I like them the way that I do. I talk about that kind of stuff a lot when I'm playing, there's only 8? Oh, it's a small event. Oh, this is not going to be a very long... I thought there was going to be a lot more to it. Oh, okay. What was I saying? Anyway, I've been thinking about, like, why I like certain games, things that I appreciate about certain games. So, like, for example, when I talk about Exilium, I like how there's a character, like, in the current event on Exilium, there's a character that at the beginning, the writers make you absolutely hate him because of how he treats everybody else. But then towards the end of it, at the end of the event, you're basically doing like the Metal Gear Solid salute to the man. It's it's that like kind of thing that I liked about Exilium and that particular moment, was that they really did a good job on that. You'll just need to rant a lot on the stream then. I don't really know if this is ranting though. This is kind of like being because it's like, if it was ranting, you'd hear a lot more anger. I'm kind of trying to be, so like, when I, maybe just yapping, I think that's probably the right word. When I was writing the script initially, I could definitely tell there was a lot more charged, tone to it. So I waited, I gave it like a week, kind of chilled a bit, and then started rewriting it. And it still has a bit of a negative, it still has a very negative feel to it, but it's not like I'm ranting. It's more of I'm just being critical, if that makes sense. So, Ale didn't want to adapt to time. I think what happened, if I'm honest, is they tried, and then they got scared. You guys remember the card game? You guys remember the card, like the whatever that was trying to be for Azur Lane that they did a while back ago? Where it's like you're in the middle of a fight and there's like these little cards you could play at the bottom and you would activate them one at a time or something like that. I think they tried that. They got a lot of really negative like viewpoints on it, and I think they just threw that out and then they got scared. I don't know. Part of it also could be, you know, it's an old game. Azur is coming out semi-soon. I don't know. I don't know how soon, actually. I really shouldn't say semi-soon. We'll say soon, TM. But, you know, their priorities might have shifted. It sucks because, like, you know, you want to care for the games that you do have. So, it is what it is. I didn't ping Discord when I went live. I thought I did. Did I not finish the message? Hold up. Was I stupid? Oh, no, I did not ping it. Thank you. I'm gonna put a Scotty derp. But yeah, I think part of it is they got scared with it. The thing is, one of the, so like I said, there's two videos I'm gonna have for this portion, where one of them is the heavy criticism, the other one is my thoughts and ideas. And I've already talked about this a little bit on stream, where it's like they have potential with what this does. I have not really been playing this month either, because I've been like writing the script and also dealing with constant. So constant memory has sped up a lot this past month, and there's a lot of movement. I will go ahead and give a spoiler that there may be 6 artists, but we are in the double digits of people involved. So there is that. So for those that have been looking forward to Constant Memory, this one's even bigger than the last one, but in multiple ways. But yeah, like they have a lot more potential with this system, and I could see some fantastic things they could do with this to make it more interesting. They have so many things in story that they could talk about that would be really cool too. Incorporate some gameplay type from Crossway. That's gonna be hard to do though, because like in this kind of app, it'd have to be like an Azur Lane 2 at that point. That's what it would have to be. Otherwise, you're gonna struggle to kind of like, I mean, Private Quarters has a hard time working for most people on emulators, so I don't have a good feeling for trying any Crosswave type systems in Azur Lane right now. I literally got, you know what, Ladies, hang on, I'm gonna pull this up. I'm gonna pull up that one image you sent me of the demon. This is why I'm a little bit scared of anything 3D that is attempted in this game. You have this. Ladies and gentlemen, the demon.
委託組帰ってきたよ。出迎えに行かないとダメっしょ。
The demon wants to talk, chat. Yeah, this is just a case of things didn't load properly on this, and it's a thing that I've noticed has happened every now and then. Cirrus has this happen. I haven't seen Anchorage at all, so I don't know if this has happened either. So there's that. But yeah, the demon.
お腹減った？なんか出前で頼む？
We'll leave it at that. That's why I'm like, if they're gonna do 3D stuff, they have to just make a whole new game. Because there's so many issues with this even trying to run on the current system on the current framework they have, they should move it out. So. Trying to make 3D in smartphones. Maybe. Just gonna start crying hyper realistic. I'd rather not have that. I want to be able to enjoy that mode, not be emotionally scarred from it. Kisaraki cross. Yeah, that's a fitting emote. Sadly, we can't see that here. The second game. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm kind of hoping for, but I don't know how. So there's a lot of issues there. Obviously, Manju has Azur Familia, and I'm more than certain that's going to be their higher priority. So I'm not exactly sure how that's gonna, like, I know even Yostar's busy with, what's it called, Stellar Sora, I think? Or something of that, it's something along that name. I don't actually know what Yongshi's working on. I don't know the name of the game if they're doing anything. But yeah, that do be what it is. But yeah, like, there's a whole bunch of stuff I do want to talk about on that video, and that's where I'm really going to be with that, so. Anyway. Azur, well. What? Allow you to vent out your disappointments. This chat cosplay as Springfield. No, it's no, there's no, well, I'll leave it at this. I'd rather disappointments be safe for the video, where it's kind of more that's what we're hoping for. So, alright. We'll do this now. Because I think this is what people were wanting me to do. Or at least want me to do. From my understanding, I just need the elves. They look like elves. I'm pretty sure they're elves. Is that just going to be the Dutch? They're just notoriously elves. Vulcan got canned. Oh, right. That's the other game they were talking about. Yeah, that got absolutely canned. I have been struggling to regain my cube stash. The commissions have been very nice lately. The, like, 40 or some commissions that I've got. Which I'm kind of glad, because I got completely annihilated on the Sardinian event, and then Miller was an elite curse, so it do be that way. The question is gonna be, though, chat, Poi 5 or not? Might finally oath another character. I don't think I've actually oathed a character in a very long time. Like, I mean, like the newer characters, I should probably say. I don't even know what is the newest character I've oathed? Hang on. Time acquired. Let's see. Or time trade. Never mind. It was a Magi. That's, wow, that gap between a Magi and Unzen, though. That's a huge gap. That's like a whole year, isn't it? Isn't this about a year's worth of time? Kazugumo isn't even an oath, I just realized. I just like her a lot. Excuse me, I'm totally not biased because bird. But yeah, like... I'm kind of confused by the time join now, because Richelieu was definitely... I'm pretty sure Richelieu was well before Hornet 2. Was it just when I don't understand the ordering with this favorite tab, actually. Some of these make sense. I'm pretty sure Blucher came before Memphis Meta, though. Orders by oh, well, okay, hang on, let me fix that. Alright, good point. Click this. There we go. Okay, so yeah, never mind. That feels better. This makes a lot more sense. Oh no, wait, you were actually before Blue? Really? Okay. I can see that, I guess. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense then. Yeah, okay. I was pretty sure there was something in between. Granted, would you guys count these? Because they're technically just my original oaths, just the alts getting oath. I don't know. They're not really new ships, if you know what I mean. Like, there was still a lot of characters that came out between Unzen and Amagi. It's just the 4 here are ones that I already had oath. I just oathed them again. I don't even really... I don't really think I have any that well, okay, there's a couple. There's a couple that are potential candidates, but I've not really bothered with them. Level. Back to level. Cancel. Obligation to stay canon. Yeah. Well, kinda. I didn't fully follow that. Does Amagi count then? Did you not know? Well, she technically is a new character, and like, yeah, I would say that still counts. It's kind of weird though, because I did oath the original Magi, so yeah. Still though, like in between, like if I take the Muse out, like no one oath between Unzen and Amagi is a whole year's worth of time. Like I've not really liked any of the newer ships. Now, granted, I think there's a couple I actually do not mind, but there's a few that I think majority of them I was kind of like, eh. I once dated a Dutch girl. God, I miss her. Ah, man, those days. That's relatable. Well, maybe not necessarily Dutch, just, yeah. Anyway, let's see who we can get here. So it's really just these two. If I get her, it happens. You want Enterprise Mess, so you can oath her. Wasn't Hippo your last oath? I don't think I... Yes. Yes. Yes, she was. I have her favorited, right? Right? Yeah, there she is. I just didn't oath her meta variant because I don't think I've really worked with her meta variant yet, which is that's my own fault. She deutscht you. Long story. It's a very long story. So, anyway, we'll see how this goes. I'm a little bit concerned. I hope I don't have to use too many cubes. I'd like to keep some cubes, please. I don't have I've got a decent amount of coin, but I think I'm gonna run out of cube. Well, this is a little under 70 pulls. I think this is a little over 80. Yeah, I'm gonna run out of cubes first. Probably something that isn't really meant to be. Yeah, exactly. It's not really meant to be shit. Oh, wait. You know, I probably should have thought about the Frostfall builds. Alright, let's get him out of here. Que sera sera.
私はネバダ級。ん？
ハロー、指揮官。君はこのようやく会えたね。
はいユカ。
どうし指揮官。私は北方連合所属の軽巡洋艦のボロシーロフ。私はあの場。はよ。ここは。
Is adrenaline in your soul? I don't know if I'd say adrenaline. Do I need this Viral Shalom? Well, it's not going to tell me, is it? Where is my Viral Shalom? I don't think I've actually MLB'd her. In Parliament, SR. I have not. She is one shy. Okay, I guess I get to keep that one then. Glad I wasn't the only idiot to pull the wrong banner. Well, no, I used my remaining tickets. I used these tickets earlier, and I kind of forgot about. I basically what I did is I logged into the game, grabbed the stuff I needed to make my thumbnail, started these builds, and then did my like cardio, and then came back. So like, I kind of forgot they were there in the first place. Now we can do our 10 pull. So, all right. I don't know the timers. We have two. Okay, Shonens or Oklahoma. Let's find out. Shonen or Oklahoma? Who's doing the Oklahoma or no, the Shonen count?
指揮官さん。
少
Well,
年
there's one.
あんたが私の指揮官かい私はネバだこれから世話
I
になる
love
ぞ
how we act normally seeing all those Sandys and just say, yeah, that's awkward. Yep, don't worry about it.
指揮官さん。
Holy.
お、待って。
Brereton!
ん
Hi, Brereton, what are you doing here?
お前が指揮官
指揮官さん。
Holy crap, you. Oklahoma's showing up a lot in here. You got 3 Oklahomas. I mean, she's a cinnamon roll, so I'm okay with that, but still. Oklahoma do legit be a cinnamon roll, though. I don't even know what the time. Oh, we got 2 county class. I'm gonna say a Kent, and I'm also going to say a Shropshire.
ロンドン級の末っ子。
Well, there's a Shropshire.
Hey, 指揮官。
We did it!
ケントだよ。最近どう？よくても悪い。このケントが来たからには良くなるさ。
Alright, stream's over. I'm out. Never have I been so excited for a Shropshire and a Kent in my life. Stop hacking.
はい。
So I deserve the SR, right?
はじめまして。
Do I get the SR for that? Do I get a pat on the back? Oh, no, I get a please sort of expand your. This is why I can't have nice things. What? Oh, I need to do retires at this point. No SR for hacking. Oh man. Oh, I need to finish these. Hawk tells the game which ship to pull for.
少年
The world is a cruel place. Well, I got repulse. This is fine. Repulse is an SR in my art. We'll stick with that. That is funny though. I never thought I'd actually call that. 2 shonens. Not too bad. Alright, got a 120. I don't recognize that number. And we have another Oklahoma or shonen. Elite? Nope.
君はこの艦隊の指揮官？
Don't remember who the 120
なんか
is.
頼りになりそうだ。
Oh god, it's Azur. Yes, it is.
少年
Run. Hide.
レ
I
ナ
don't
ン
know.
級14戦艦レパレス。ビスマルクの追撃に参加したけど追いつけなかったんだ。
One
それからはずっと Z 部隊。もう魚雷は
At
二
this
度と
point,
見
you're
たく
not
ない。
wrong. At this point, you're not wrong, sadly.
バリアントとは
You scared me and I thought I had the elite.
あんたが指揮官。指揮官さん。
少年
Come
ロンドン
on.
級の。
Brereton! I love you, Brereton, but not now. Now is not the time. You're already home. Honestly, I almost clicked on Franklin thinking it was her instead. I actually need to get rid of some of these. Alright, we're still on the struggle bus here. There's a 205 and a 140. Well, I forget what the 140 timer is. Oh, Northampton, okay.
そなたが指揮官か。拙者は高尾。微力な
Ibiki
がら
turns the meta.
力を
Hey,
尽くす所存
I'd
だ。
like more characters than Brereton. It's not like I'm only gonna pledge to 1 anyway here. Also, hi
指揮
Takao.
官ケントだよ。
Taco.
はじめまして。ロド。
Can I have a banner character, please?
Yes.
I don't even care if it's the point 5. Hi, Oklahoma.
はじめまして。衣笠と言います。
私はこ
Thank you.
あなたが指揮官ですか。
The elite first.
私
Thank you.
はマーツェン。
That's not what I was worried about.
この記録を終わらせてからまた詳しく話しましょう。
Well, at least we got her.
はじめまして指揮官。
I have no elite
私
curse
は
at
インデ
least. It's the elite curse is not happening this time around at least. Ugh. It's just the SR though. The hard part is now the SR. I don't even know what her timer is. Yes, please. Could I have a Norfolk? Oh, Sussex. Dang it.
少年
I was wrong that time, boys.
少年
The double Nevada and a Sussex again.
はじめ
Oh, hi.
チュリッパ王国の慶順でゼーベンプロビンシェンと言います。
Province. I'm not gonna.
指揮官さんに会えて
I'm gonna
嬉し
butcher
いで
these
す。
names.
母校の植物はどれも大事に育てられていますね。
They really played into like the
指揮官さん
elfin
がとても
part on
大
this.
切になさっているのがわか
I
り
guess
ま
that
す。
kind of makes sense. Like the Dutch, like there's the whole thing with the tulips. That's nature. I could see the direction they went with that and why they did that. So does it just mean the entirety of the Dutch are gonna be elves?
はじめまして指揮官。私、ハロー指揮官。
Zevin, fair
私
enough.
はカリ。私はレ。あなたが指揮官？
That's the universal. Oof, oof. Ouch, ouch. Final count. Yes, we have completed it. The Northern Parliament will come at some point. Retire. Stream's over. Yep. Good night, boys. I hope everyone had a good time. We had a very. I'm gonna pretend that that isn't there. The ocean is soup. Why? See, thanks for the 2-1. Drinks the ocean. Mogador wants to talk to you. We just pretend it doesn't exist. Why are you looking for clothes? The soup store. Oh man, that was a really good one. This girl seems. It's very smug. Very smug. I feel like she's very popular though right now. We'll see. Though I think Zevin probably is taking it for other reasons, but I look like Oleg is not going to be hard to like either. Isn't that Snowshine? Nah. Yep, Kuchan's sister. You know what? If that's the case, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. You don't know how to build up this tenfold. What happened to your tenfold? You got Aldebert and Heinrich. Nice. You pulled the sisters. That happens a lot more often than you think, though. Well, I guess on SRs, that's kind of rare. Because it's like, that'd be like the equivalent. You know what? Here's what we're going to do. New phone, who dis? That was a little mean. Why is this? Oh, the motif. Yeah, the motifs. Oleg is a must pull for me. Her expressions are. She's actually not even a pull character. You just gotta grind her out. That's the best part for her. For you, then. You just gotta get that 10k points, man. Grind out them 10k points, and you can get another one at 20k, and then another one at 40k, and then another one at 60k. Because you know, at this point, you know, I'm actually kind of curious. What is everybody's average, like, points at the end of an event? Do you go all the way to 80k, or do you stop at, like, 60 or 40? I think I usually get around I'm usually around the 50k to 60ks, usually. 100k. Yeah, that makes sense for you. 50 to 60, 70, 55 to 70. I have no clue, so rip me when the UR drop. Ooh, 65, 60. Yeah, it does seem like that. 6,080k. You mean 6 million? What? Well, you better get working, man. You better get to work. Usually get all the rewards. Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, I kind of like, I'm at the point where it's like, let's see here. I guess these are nice to have. They are basically just straight up gold gear. These are good, so sometimes I actually do hit the 70s. Good to be that way. Alright, anyway. But yeah, I also do have other games like GFL. I just finished Blue Archive earlier today, too. I gotta do the reset stuff, because today happened. So, is it fair to say I'm grinding while watching? I mean, I would probably assume people are. Also, thanks for the 2, Leokov. Or Lete. Lete, I think? I'm not great at pronunciation on that word. But thanks for the 2. But yeah, like, I kind of expect, people have always said they treat my streams kind of like podcasts. Where it's like, they just kind of have me on the background. Because it's like, I go into lore. And when we get into story, like, I'm kind of more of the, you know, just kind of, oh yeah, this. I heard this was, yeah, this is not bad. It's 45k, but still. There's an Arknights event. Yeah, it always sucks, because it's like, Arknights events come out usually around the same time as Azur events, if they're both on Thursdays. Otherwise, Arknights is on Tuesday, I can enjoy that, and then Azur on Thursday. You just gotta grind her out, Sendai, why? It's gonna be one of these streams, isn't it, boys? Boy, oh boy, oh boy. True gamer. No, there'd be more explosive language in there if that was the real gamer. Did you not realize that when you said that, no. I don't think about that kind of thing that much. It do be what it is, though. I suddenly feared doing Mogador's character story. Yeah, I feel like I probably would. Ark is not Momoy. Yes, I am not. I am far from being her. I am more likely to be the Alice than I am to be the, Momoy. Greta, have you seen the skin? For Oleg? I don't actually... No, I have not. I've seen, the... What's her name? Zevin? Zilin? I don't remember. I've already forgotten her name. Oof. And there's the Hawk Tua. No Hawk, you're cheater. Alright, fine, fair. But how can I be her? She's XY. I'm just kidding. Oh my goodness. Is God Save the Clan playing in the background? I don't think so. Anyway. Let us dive into the lore, boys. Let's see what this is about. I want to see what this nation has been played up a bit, so let's see. Also, Latius and Full Flow, if you guys are both here, how bad has the translations been for this? Hopefully not too bad. The lore! Yeah, exactly. Anyway, Iris what? Oh, I read that one first. Iron Blood or Embassy, Iris Orthodoxy, dinner party. I received an invitation to a formal banquet from Bismarck, and now Memphis and I have come to their embassy. While hosting a banquet in an embassy isn't exceedingly unusual, it certainly is when it's an Iron Blood embassy. This place, usually solemn and deathly silent, is brimming with life tonight.
After verifying my identity and going through the embassy's main gate, a well-maintained lawn lined with trees comes into view. Yes, I am the commander. I am totally the commander. I am definitely not observer pretending to be the commander. That would be terrifying, actually. Imagine, gentlemen, observer disguises as the commander for some reason, curious as to what the life of the commander is for a day. She runs into Mogador. Then Taiho. And it was that day Observer never wanted to be the commander again. Oh boy. I think they would know it's not the case. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they would figure it out. Well, maybe. I don't know. Mogador doesn't exactly think about that too much, but if she does, if she has like a nose like a dog for whatever reason, then maybe she'll figure it out. But at that point, I'd be more terrified of Mogador than I would be of Observer. Also, Skika, let's not talk about Rue. Just imagine, like Observer kicks open the door to the office, the commander's just sitting at the desk, and Observer slams the door shut, locks it, puts like a whole bunch of stuff up just to keep people from coming in. And the commander's just like, first time? And her attitude towards Fibigate. Oh my goodness. Oh man, Mogador can smell fear. She'd probably do a lot more than that. Anyway. This is a fairly large banquet. The venue spans from the hall indoors, past a roofed and semi-outdoor space, and all the way into the garden. People come and go, glasses cling, and the buzzes with the party buzzes with laughter and conversations? I think? There's a few of those. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think that's supposed to say the party buzzes with laughter and conversations. Celebrations are in full swing. Or the celebration buzz. Well, they wouldn't use celebration twice in this that quickly. It's probably the party or the atmosphere buzzes. There could be a lot of words that they meant to put here but messed up and forgot. Akagi, nothing interrupts me. You're not to command. You know what, chat? Here's your homework. I want you to imagine Observer has become the commander for whatever reason, to hide, just to be her usual self. I want you guys to think out a random encounter with the ship girl and figure out why that would traumatize her. That's a good sign of the localization quality, eh? Okay, no, not really, because this happens on pretty much every single gacha game. Like Blue Archives had this happen, Exilium's had this happen, Arknights I think occasionally does. It's not new. It's more when it deviates hard. Well, that kind of stuff. Anyway. Wow, this is nowhere near as formal and lifeless as I expected it to be. Granted, I've never been to an Iron Blood banquet before. I just thought their parties would be like their army. Everyone's drinking coffee and talking about science and engineering. You open the door. Bakamoroga! But no, they're actually hosting a leisurely event here. Never judge a book by its cover. Surprise, surprise. Yeah. No, like I said, it's not abnormal for it to happen. That's why I'm not worried about it at all. I was just about to make that joke. Beat you to it. Anyway, maybe the Orthodoxy's romantic vibe has influenced them a bit. You fool German scientist. This is the finest in the world. Yeah, probably. I take back what I just said. So much for that. More pertinently, wow, that's a word I didn't expect him to use. Have you seen the Kingdom of Tulipas? Yeah, Tulipa. I don't know why I misspelled this earlier and didn't realize it. I almost put it on the thumbnail and then didn't think about it, and I almost put that thumbnail up. And then I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. I switched the P and the L for some reason. My brain was just not processing at 5 o'clock in the evening. I don't see any of Bismarck's entourage either. The Tulipans are the stars of the show tonight. You'll probably find them wherever the crowd is the largest. Let's head inside, shall we? It's cold out tonight. I think this has gotten my video copyrighted before, so, oof. So, I'm actually going to just be very cautious and do this because, that's happened before. we need a song to replace this at this point. All right, let's find something for our voices here. Yeah, YouTube be weird like that. It happens. What's a good theme for this? No, I'm not gonna play that. That'd be funny, but no, I wouldn't play that. What do we do? What's a chill? I'm like trying to think. What's a chill theme for this? They're in. This is Iris. It's probably not. It's a very chill theme. I'm like thinking. What didn't Fool's Scales like? Aren't their themes kind of chill? I mean, I know the Hierophant battle theme went pretty hard. You can keep that up until the next trip. Q1 Welcome School. Hey, don't tempt me. Hey, Hawk, I just found what I was talking about. Oh, I'm scared. I am scared. Yes, I love streaming and only have set game playing copyrighted music. That always is a fun time. Yeah, it's more of like somehow it gets copyrighted and I don't understand why. Let me see this theme let me see this one. Can you guys hear this? Yes. That sounds a little too tense. Hang on, let me find something else in here. You know, I could just use New York, the NY City theme. Yeah. We just deal with this one for now. It doesn't fit at all because it's not Iris, but you know what? It's what it is. I'm setting the battle theme for this event. This is fine. We'll stick with this. Let's just what is going on, Jin? Anyway, I enter the hall and my ears are met with an impassioned symphony. In stark contrast to the graceful atmosphere in the courtyard, the hall and its furnishings are far more lively. Play a Hell's Mario. Play Wakamo theme. Wait, why Wakamo? Memphis and I fortify ourselves with a light meal, and before long, Bismarck approaches us from afar, the delegation of Tulipan representatives trailing behind her. Commander, Memphis, I'd like to introduce you to some people.
I was surprised by how many delegates had come from Tulipa. Tulipa. I don't know how to say that. In addition to the... I'm gonna probably butcher this at some point. In addition to a military rep, whom I've met only once before to discuss shipgirl-related business, the delegation also included a spokesperson from the Tulipan royal family and several members of their parliament. I think this is the most they've ever explained about a faction's, like, government, I guess? Or, like, ruling class? Because, like, all that's usually, like, I think only the main 4 factions are talked about that in the art book. And then the Sardinians have the Senate, which is probably, I don't know if they're still at odds with the shipgirls. Considering what the Ironblood did to the Tulipan faction, and IRL, I'm scared. I wouldn't be that worried about it. We'll see. The point of this banquet is apparent, to deepen the Ironblood ties to me as well as the Tulipans. But Bismarck has obviously you could drop this has. But Bismarck also obviously has some other personal stake in it. During my conversation with the representatives, I noticed something interesting. The military reps were very positive about the inclusion of shipgirls in their fleet. Their enthusiasm was only matched and surpassed by the royal family's representative. The inclusion of shipgirls in their fleet... Do they not have any? On the other hand, the members of parliament were certainly polite and formal, yet always maintained an air of distance and oh wait, I just realized you said... Hang on. I forgot about something. I forgot about those lines, Ladius. Anyway, on the other hand, the members of parliament were certainly polite and formal, yet always maintained an air of distance and prudence. Never had any before interlude of illusion. Despite that, they were always the ones guiding the conversation. Much like the royal family of the Royal Islands, which has a direct say in their navy, the royal family of the Kingdom of Tulipa are little more than figureheads. Or at the very least, it's how it seems to me. Perhaps as the Tulipans' plan of expanding their fleet with shipgirls progresses, their royal family would follow the example set by the Royal Islands and regain power by incorporating shipgirls into their dynasty. I think you could have just said army, but it's fine. Be they kings, congressmen, or generals, and as long as they treat shipgirls fairly and can guarantee them due status and power, I have no reason to meddle excessively in their internal affairs. So basically, we just went to Sardinians and just started, like, backhanding the Senate the entire time. That is the position that I, as well as the Azulain, hold firmly. Finally, our conversation, which was 10% sincerity and 90% lip service, came to an end. The Tulipan delegates set their... I like how they had to include that. Their respective sights on other targets among the guests, and quickly began on their next task. I mean, they kind of deserve the best. Yeah. They kind of do. Once they had dispersed, Memphis compiled a list of tonight's guests. Meanwhile, Bismarck and I made our way to the conference room she had prepared ahead of time. No, not that kind of lip service, you... you donuts. Shinkan's inner monologue is honest. Yeah. I mean, he just kind of sees the world as it is, though sometimes he also is like, no, this is what I wish for, so it's like he's kind of that way. All it took was rearranging the layout of the tables and chairs to instantly turn the formal conference room into a quiet private room. The room is lit by a gentle light, and there is even food ready. It gives a candlelight dinner type of atmosphere to the place, and we're alone in here alone with Bismarck. We didn't have much time to speak earlier, so let me say it now. It's a pleasure to meet you again, Bismarck. How has your health been? Any changes since then? I guess you know what? Actually, this makes sense. It's been wholly fine. Thank you for your concern. Yeah. Fubuki heard donuts. No, she didn't. Now,
let us have a toast to the smooth progress of our cooperation with the Kingdom of Tulipa. I hope you'll like this wine. Don't you think this place is much more conducive to a calm dialogue? It's rather rowdy and hard to have a face-to-face out there. Yeah, it's a huge step up. Thanks for planning that. What? Hang on, let me put that back on. I'm gonna loop that real quick. There we go. Just got very serious there. Anyway, thanks for planning that. Say, is this the privilege of being the banquet organizer? Well, think with that one's. Oh no. Open up Anchorage's event tab and listen to the music. I'm scared. Indeed it is. Although, it did mean you had to leave Memphis behind. Honestly though, I'm pretty sure Bismarck is happy. Don't worry about her. She'll enjoy the party. That's good to hear. Now, let us get down to business. What do you think of this diplomatic banquet? Seems a little bit weird to ask that kind of question, don't you think? I was surprised to see your embassy hosting it. The invitee list had names from factions across the world, too. That was a thrilling sight. The organizers and participants all seem overjoyed, and I was pleased to see different factions mingle and laugh. Some had ulterior motives for being here, sure, but none of them showed it. It felt like I'd gone back in time to before all the fighting began. Is this what you believe our new order should look like? I almost said New World Order. I was like, well, I mean... that one dream world where they're all just happy, like happily ever after at port. Anyway, is this what you believe our New World Order should look like? We won't be poised to deal with future threats if we merely go back to an old status quo. Is that so? Last time we met, I knew you had some ideas, but you lacked the conviction you have now. Let's just say I've been through quite a lot. I also like how she's not in her, Zwei form. Iron Blood is still being Iron Blood here. No, we're not no Honkai Impact 4 thing here. Yeah, it's weird. Well, not really. If you think about the Iron Bloods, like the Iron Blood generally likes to keep things hidden from other factions. I don't think that many factions know about the, well, I don't remember. I don't think that many of them know about the Zwei form. If they do, it's mostly Zuikaku that knows. And I don't know how forthcoming Zuikaku is on that kind of information with everybody. Oh, Bismarck not being Zwei. Okay, that's what you mean. Never mind. I'm so used to seeing her in the Zwei form, though. Anyway, let's just say I've been through quite a lot. Some of them are things you know about, some of them you don't. Some happened here and now, others in a far-off place long ago. There was this one time the Sakura Empire girl tried to, we tried to riz her and she rizzed us. It was a weird experience, but it seemed like it worked. That was 20 years ago, apparently. Oh, I hope they do something about that. Anyway, a very thought-provoking manner of speaking. A good change, I'd say. We don't have an Unzen-chan yet, so... Okay, I don't want to think about that yet. Ah, forgive me. I didn't mean to put on airs. Let's put the past aside for now and focus on present matters. For instance, the complete ceasefire agreement between Azur and Crimson Axis. So something finally came of those endless meetings. Things wouldn't have gone this smoothly if you hadn't expertly resolved the crisis of the Sakurans. That was a whole arc. I can't claim all the credit. That was the result of all of us working together. From what I've heard, you finalized the framework and are ironing out the details, correct? Yes, and tonight is the groundwork for that. I've directly spoken to a few factions already. As of now, all of them are in agreement on two things. Firstly, that the Azur Lane and the Crimson Axis should seek an immediate, complete armistice, and an end to all-out war. Secondly, that the spheres of influence of all factions be restored to fundamentally what they were prior to the hostilities beginning. A formal vote on these 2 points will be held at the next conference. It should pass without issue. To elaborate on the ceasefire a bit, all matters such as restoring old borders, troop transfers, reconstruction, and compensation for war damages will be dealt with by asking the other factions to sign separate supplementary agreements. The Azur Lane and Crimson Axis will both provide full support in the facilitation of this process. Yeah, that's the right approach. At long last, this war is coming to an end. It's hard work, but honest work. Yeah, pretty much. Gonna go make some chicken, enjoy the story, boy. Alright, no problem. Have some good, hope it is some good chicken. It was this other time the Soccer on a Ship girl nearly destroyed the world. You didn't know. I mean, at the beginning of it, everybody was kind of being fooled. The only person who really suffered anything was, Saratoga with emotional damage. Everyone else was just kind of confused. Anyway, couldn't have been done without you, the one who brought all the factions together and ensured the success of our joint operations. Oh, that is not properly looping. I really look forward to seeing how the war's end will change the world. Thank you for the kind words, but personally, I remain cautiously optimistic about the world's future. Reforming the Azur Lane, it's a real swamp. We'll take care of that one step at a time. Rome wasn't built in a day, after all. But another subject, the Lower Country Treaty is formally being signed next month. Would you mind being there to personally witness it? Ah, that treaty. By signing it, the 3 constituents of the Kingdom of Tulipa will pull out of the Ironblood shadow and regain its neutral position. Although, when faced with the Sirens, neutrality is a pie in the sky. All it really means is that the Tulipa will be treated as an observer state by both the Azur Lane and Crimson. Ah, okay, yeah. Gotcha. It will stay that way until a final judgment on the Azur Lane's reformation is passed, after which further discussion will take place. Of course, I'd love to see it, assuming circumstances permit me to. Yeah, it's our first step into a new age, and a sign of enormous progress for the reformation of the Azur Lane. Basically neutral. Yeah, pretty much. That expression on her. It do be that way. I actually do like how they took a... I think these are some of the crosswave expressions, if I remember right. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've actually seen this much of Bismarck in a story dialogue. I mean, she's like in there usually for like 1 or 2 lines and disappears. I try to think the other times when that was the case. I mean, really, the last one was Confluence of Nothingness, and that was a while ago. Let's discuss that matter later. Right. Let's have another drink to the Lower Countries Treaty. Cheers. Bismarck and I discussed all sorts of things. Inter-action affairs, siren movements, meta-organizations and other branches, the Ironblood's nature, climate, and culture, and so on and so on. After this talking reminded me that behind that temperate exterior of hers lies a woman who is surprisingly eloquent. Time had completely flown by, and the banquet was approaching its end. Before you leave, there's one last thing I'd like to tell you. About the Tulipan shipgirl fleet that you came up with, and the factions of Europa work together to build. There will soon be a chance for you to meet those girls in person. Oh, so they actually were, okay. Interesting. I gotcha. Come again? But I don't have plans to go to Tulipa anytime soon. Man, my throat is killing me right now. Oh, wait. Are you hinting that they'll be present at the signing of the treaty? That I'm not at liberty to say. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Okay. Alright, I think I could kill this now. All right, you said something. Somebody said to go to. That's really obnoxiously loud. All right, go to the Anchorage thing. I just see rage. Hey, look, a star, a fish, a horse, an aircraft carrier, a battleship. No way the clouds look just like those. Let me see. Ah. You see, the only thing that is kind of sad, though? You can't see everything on her character. You have to actually grind her pretty hard for that. To grind out her progress, excuse me, because people are going to quote me. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I have to wait till the 30th. Man! Boy. Yeah, I know, it's not that hard. You can't actually view any of their dialogue, can you? You can't. Look at how happy this bean is. That's a lot we gotta wait. Well, you can do all the points. You can get all the points doing the maps. It's just you can't fully unlock her until that day hits. Put Hierophant's happy face next to... I don't even think I have that. Mika. Keep away from ALM. Oh yeah, he's just gonna he's gonna literally like make her upset. Remember, ladies and gents, don't make the little ship girl is upset. If there's any ship girl in this game that will actually deal emotional damage to you, it will be them. The only reason I know is because of this. Where is Little Cheshire? I'm going to just do a massive like emotional damage AoE, so brace yourselves if I can figure out where she is. No, she's a CA, you idiot. Emotional crit. You consider me an honorary VTuber, just a disembodied VTuber. Oh. Oh. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could probably, like, cut out the... Well, at that point, I'd probably just ask if he would just draw it. I'd give him, like, a little bit for that. You sent me the happy face. Right. That face. It burns my soul. These corpses are actually dead. What did you do? Nothing. Nothing bad whatsoever. Just put a bird and done. I mean, honestly, that's what people would do, probably. Sky. VTuber Hawk. Do you guys really want me to do that? You guys, when it blew up like 3, 4, 5 years ago, I don't remember when it first started off. You guys will want me to do that. I don't have like half of the equipment I would need for that. I don't think I have the software or a camera. I don't even know what kind of design I would even do in the first place. Plus, it'd kind of be in like this weird state where it's like, if I was going to do that kind of stuff, I would probably prefer to just do like a normal camera at that point. Discard this. Without it, it's still fine. Yeah, I know. It's more of like, I'd probably prefer to do just like a camera at that point than just actually VTubing. Your spin on the AL commander. Well, I mean, you know. You could just use a webcam. Well, that's the thing. I don't have a webcam. I never bought one. I never thought I'd ever need it. So I was like, why buy it? I don't need it. Anyway, Iris Orthodoxy, capital. Commander's office, the next day. What is going on over here? Hang on. There we go. The day following the banquet, an operation briefing from my higher-ups gave an answer to the question Bismarck left me with yesterday. Use repulse the— No, I'm not, I would never want to do that. That is not a character I would want to use. Let you use your photo camera as well. That would be kind of annoying to set up, I feel like. I don't— This is like stuff I've never thought about and probably stuff I would probably never consider doing. Draw a bird and slap it on the screen. I jokingly started on a Hawk 3D model. Wait, you actually did? Oh, that's hilarious. Anyway, the following— yeah, okay, I heard that. I can't believe they're launching the NA Ocean Purification Campaign so soon. Purification campaign? Oh. What's more, the Tulipans have a fleet participating in the first phase. They don't have any experience with fighting sirens. Is this really a good idea? Everything has to start from somewhere. Yeah, exactly. The enemies they'll be up against aren't especially threatening, we hope. That's perfect for our first battle. Following the departure of the Sirens Experimentation Division, our world entered a new post-Siren age. I wouldn't call— well— yeah, it kinda do be, isn't it? All the mainframes got blown up. They're in like their own I forget what they are. They're like a pocket dimension or something, right? Or at least they're in the process of setting them up. Probably to protect them, but still. Anyway, following the departure of the Sirens Experimental Division, that's Observer's group basically, our world entered a new— yeah. Unfortunately, the self-detonation of their mainframes was so sudden that it left us with many problems to deal with. Among them, the biggest and most serious is the NA Ocean. Since Compiler's mainframe was not self-detonated, but rather destroyed by us, its restructuring program initiated very soon after. To make matters worse, when Observer issued the self-detonation command, Compiler's mainframe still hadn't come back online, so it never received that order. That does not sound good. If we don't do anything, then it's possible that a new Compiler mainframe will take shape within the NA Ocean within a year. That's a future no one wants. Therefore, cleaning up Compiler's remaining forces in the area became the top priority between all of the world's factions. That actually kind of makes sense, so I have nothing against that. Isn't Observer planning to put down new— I'm pretty sure? Or at least they were relocating them. You found it and it's kind of— I'm scared. What have you done? To that end, I'm scared. What is this? No, that's pretty much it. No, yeah, that's about what I expected. It's the same thing as basically what Kyoko did. Okay. Show us. Okay, fine. Jeez, chat. Chill. Let me find it real quick. Here you go. You happy now? definitely a work in progress. Definitely a work in progress. It's all right. Looking good. No, I'm good. I clearly have more polys than that. Alright, anyway. Okay, to that end, the Ozilin and the Crimson Axis formulated a cooperative plan to neutralize the recovering mainframe as well as the lingering Siren forces. They dubbed this plan the NA Ocean Purification Campaign. Okay. The plan originally only included the Royal Navy and the Irish Orthodoxy, Iron Blood, and the Northern Parliament. Weird that they would pass on the Eagle Union here, considering that's part of the NA Ocean, is it not? It just recalled the hit. Yeah, fair enough. Debut win. We don't talk about it. However, the ship girls of the Kingdom of Tulipa were added to this roster after they demonstrated promising results. And since I had a hand in the creation of their fleet of ship girls, the task of commanding them fell upon me. The mission itself isn't that difficult. All that needs to be done is eliminate the enemy Mirror Sea sitting near the coast of Tulipa. We'll also be accompanied by a support fleet consisting of vessels from both Tulipa and other factions. That will reduce the danger further. That explains why the other two Northern Parliaments are here. What I'm not sure of yet is whether their inclusion in this mission was an attempt by my superiors to place the Tulipans or an attempt by Bismarck to train them. Both, why not both? Why not both? Both is good. Why is it that close? Why hasn't the Royal Navy taken it out? Probably busy with other things? The answer is yes. Yeah, pretty much. Commander, the briefing said to go to the Kingdom of Tulipa, review their fighting capabilities, and determine whether or not support from other factions is needed. But, well, the Northern Parliament have already stated they'll provide support. Should we politely turn them down? No. Regardless of the impression it gives, I'll gladly accept anything that gives us more leeway in battle. Understood. When are we leaving? I want to learn more about the Tulipans before the mission. Let's leave as early as we can. Okay. How about going there by train tomorrow? Sounds good. Yeah, I guess you could probably do. I don't know how big the world is in this case. My superiors, not any Naval HQ. Ian is learning. Well, maybe. Alright, I'll contact the Tulipan Command and let them know. Like Hawk, it's right there. The English Channel doesn't have that much distance from the Netherlands. Fair point. This music, though. Very interesting building. And a little... two little, like, stone docks. Alright, let's keep going. Kingdom of Tulipa. Train, Commander's cabin. The next day. Memphis quickly arranged everything for me. The day after I received my mission briefing, I set off to Rotterdam, the Kingdom of Tulipa's second largest city and its largest port city. Bumping every now and then, the train ran through the cities, grasslands, forests, and hills, until eventually windmills, dikes, and colorful flower fields filled the scenery past the window. Time passed slowly while my heart was enraptured by the beautiful sights. Before I knew it, the train's whistle sounded and its speed gradually dropped. After a roughly 3-hour journey, I had arrived at my destination, the first stop of my journey to the country. 0 out of 10, not enough elven mummies. Well, maybe they'll add more, I don't know. See, look, there's a windmill. As soon as Memphis and I disembarked the train, a girl carrying the country's flag approaches us. To her sides are 2 girls donning the distinct uniforms of the Northern Parliament. Commander Memphis, thank you for coming all this way. Welcome to the Kingdom of Tulipa. I like how this has like a very like magical themed feel to it. They definitely know what they're doing on the song here. Not enough windmills. Okay, yeah, let me just, like, add 6. Yeah, it's very fairy tale. I like it. Kind of reminds me of the RPG event. I am Evertstein? I don't know. I'm going to butcher these names. I'm sorry. Admiral and class destroyer of the Kingdom of Tulipa. Thank you, Evertson. Evertson? That sounds right. Your country lives up to its name. I was bewitched by the beautiful sights of all the blooming flowers on the way here. You two are quite a stunning representation of this era of the Tulipian Navy. Third line, and he's already complimenting her. I look forward to seeing you bloom on the battlefield. It's not a riz, no. It's more of just like a. It's more like a honest. I'm almost going to say lip service, but not really. There you go, saying those things. It's your fault. It's your fault. The Tulipans are really doing well with their ship girls. This aura of nature and greenery must be their trademark trait. That does kind of make sense. Like, there is a trademark trait in every faction. Some are way more obvious than others. I don't think I need to explain that too much. You guys could probably already very much see the trademark trait. I promise you that our fleet will live up to your expectations. Memphis, really? Memphis just gives you the side eye. Either that or she wing woman's. I don't know. Say, who are these other ladies? Kazan and Oleg, right? It's good to see you again, Commander. She and I are here to assist the Tulipans on orders from St. Petersburg's base. We'll be under your command for this mission. It's a pleasure to fight by your side again. Yeah, we only got to speak briefly during the last battle. This time we can finally take our time and work together comprehensively. Hawk is respectfully looking. Wait, what? The burden of the Tulipans' fleet will be lessened with the. Oh, okay, never mind. Lessened with the two of you, with you two around. I can't read because my brain went into what was that about? Oh, right. Anyway, I can't wait to see you in the field. My heart already races with anticipation. Do look forward to our stellar performance. What is this? Is that like a little tool? Oh yeah, that is a tool. I wish you could hide the UI. I think that's a screwdriver. So this is like a little like repair kit or something, like like a toolbox. I don't know what to call those things. I'm scared of saying lip service again. Well, I mean, kinda. I mean, when I think lip service, it's like let's say you're meeting like a king or something, and you're saying something that is more to the effect of how you would address like royalty or something. That's what I think of when I think lip service, but I don't necessarily think about that. Also, hi Tirpitz Enjoyer. Unless you were talking to Oleg here, in which case, there you go. Empty compliments. Yeah, kinda. Big red button I must press. Wait, where? There's a big red button where? Now then, we're going to drive to an Anchorage located at the city's outskirts. If you have any questions about my homeland, don't be afraid to ask on the way. The car is waiting for us. Please follow me. How do you fit in the car with the rig? I'm just kidding, I know the answer to that. The car takes us westward. While the gorgeous flower fields and windmills are a given, there are also enormous dikes built along the river. Their presence is not lightly felt. These dikes are bigger and taller than ones I've seen anywhere else. They even have buildings attached to them. It's a hand drill. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what I think they were looking at, maybe. And those massive mechanical structures built on top of the banks. Are those part of the famous flood control system that took the country many years to build. I didn't expect I didn't expect it to be so large in scope. They fortified not just the coastal areas, but the banks of the inland rivers as well. Correct. Since our country is on such low elevation, we have not just a long coastline, but also an extensive network of waterways. As such, this music though. As such, we place a bigger emphasis on banks and dams than other countries. We're also in a class of our own when it comes to building them. They really went all in on the fantasy on this. Or the fairy tale. I'm like trying to, is this a lyre? Is this a lyre playing right now? Or a harp. It's one of the two. It's pretty good though. Yeah, that instrument is like hard carrying everything here. Harp. Lyre sounds close to guitar. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Though I think I've heard some that can sound a little bit higher than that. But yeah, this is probably the, yeah, I could definitely see it being a, what's it called? A harp. Still pretty good. Definitely really plays into the theme they're trying to establish here with the Tulipa. Anyway, when the sirens first appeared, Tulipa was immediately put in danger as it didn't have ship girls to protect it. Instead, we opted to weaponize our embankments. We devoted our full efforts to up-arming the banks that span our whole kingdom, and created a vast and complex defensive installation that can protect our most important positions. Of course, while it's inadequate for dealing with the proper siren fleet, it does give us the ability to defend ourselves against threats. Threats like stray mass-produced ships and regularly sized air raids, excuse me. Yeah, the accordion, yeah. That kind of plays into it too, the whole fairy tale theme. Now, the banks that protected us from the sea also protect us from the sirens. Fortifying your land and concentrating your population where the defenses are the strongest. That's how the Tulipans defended themselves during the war against the sirens, while staying out of the spotlight and having no ship girls. This strategy has limited effectiveness, but I suppose they had no other choice. Speaking of the sirens, your country's future is looking brighter. The Sirens Experimental Division has been destroyed, and now you have a fleet of ship girls. Yes, I believe a better future is ahead of us. When do we get the hurdy-gurdy? Look, see? Look! Windmill. 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 There's windmills. The sun set and dusk silently enveloped the city as we drove. Soon, we arrived at the harbor, where Tulipan ship girls and a mass-produced fleet were anchored. That building up ahead is sparkling. Was it built just recently? Not enough! Yes, while implementing our ship girl program, some advisors sent by the Northern Parliament informed us that ship girls do not operate quite like a conventional navy. As such, we decided to construct this new harbor. It was completed exceptionally quickly thanks to the Northern Parliament's substantial aid. As a matter of fact, I contributed a little to its construction. I already have a feeling Sky is gonna oath this character. Just saying. I'm somehow not surprised to hear you're already getting involved in their construction projects. All we did was help people who needed assistance. It's not limited to Tulipa either. Now that the war in the polar regions is over, Northern Parliament finally has the flexibility to help other countries. Please get that girl some pants, she needed them. You know, it's funny how the Northern Parliament characters generally tend to have less clothing than the rest of the game. The girls from the place that's noticeably colder have less clothing on for some. How dare you call me out like this? What do you mean? You're the one that literally names yourself Dr. Oust. Anyway, post-war reconstruction is indeed a crucial task. There's still fighting to be done, and we need to help each other to get through it. Fair, but how dare you? Nah. My apologies for the delay. I am Dezevan Provincin, I think so you say that. Light cruiser of the Kingdom of Tulipa. Commander, Memphis, Kazan, and Oleg. Welcome to Niue. I give up. Haven Naval Base. Seven, I told you to get ready to greet the commander. Why were you late? I was just filling in our exercise schedule, then all of a sudden the machines started spewing smoke. I had to put out the fire, which took quite some time. But again, it may be for the best if you simply don't touch any machinery from now on, oof. But I'm the fleet's flagship. I'm also the harbor's overseer. Let's save this for another time. More pertinently, what was that about an exercise? I wasn't informed of this. I wanted it to be a surprise since I figured the commander would be interested to see us in action. A surprise is the last thing we need right now. Our schedule is packed. There's simply no time for a surprise exercise. Tell me, what do you see anchored in the harbor? A mass-produced fleet? What of it? And what about those ships in the front? I mean, there are riggings. Exactly. They've been fully deployed in the harbor in vessel form in order to conduct inspections and maintenance. How, pray tell, do you expect to hold an exercise while it's happening? I don't feel like she thought that part through. Just to be honest. By the way, a Dutch W is the same as German and is pronounced like a V. Oh. Hey, Hawk, look, it's the anime. Are we really still trying to make arguments that the anime wasn't canon? I mean, the giant fox thing that Kaga had already is canon. Like, we have to give up that at this point. I gave up on that being non-canon a long time ago. Then again, I also had like a whole theory, but that's a different story. With magic? Is that not going to work? No, it's not going to work. Are you sure? Is it super duper not go- Oh my god. Are you super duper sure? IR boomer, I don't know it work. It's not going to work, period. Oh, okay, I understand. They both just have smiles. Memphis is like, what are you guys doing? Zevin Evertston. May I suggest saving confidential matters until after we've entered the base? Oh, right, forgive me. Please come with me. I'll show you to the reception party. We're already 3 chapters in, dang. Meanwhile, Memphis has the hair color. I'm still not used to being ship girls. Well, I don't think they're used to having them in this position yet. That's probably what it is. Hang on, I need to grab something to drink because my throat is killing me for some reason. Which is not fun, but it is what it is. Snag this. Uh-oh, I see the poise. I see some poise. Stop! Cease! Just kidding. I get the feeling that this is testing. This is a testing the waters and stuff for the new faction. Well, I mean, there's a lot of things here. They've already kind of established this faction is like completely new to the whole concept of ship girls. Nope, joke intended there. But maybe, I don't know. I've yet to really see, understandable, I'm a nice boy. Yeah, this is how my chat do be like. on the other side, 35 chat rate. Boy! You guys are spiking that chat rate. I only had one ship in the debut event, so yeah. Yeah. I hear concept, I start twitching. Yeah, that's why I had to think about what I said there. Anyway. Not gonna lie, I'm curious who the first ship girl actually was, because in my head canon it's HMS Dreadnought, but I don't know about actual canon. I thought we knew this already. Isn't it just, hang on. Pretty sure it was, Enterprise. Oh, wait. No. No, it should be, yeah, because that's like her whole thing. And then, in our timeline, I think it was like, I don't actually know who came first, because like Mikasa, Pamiat, Aurora, they're all in the older generation. I'm pretty sure it was Enterprise, though. But Beta, I think, because we have the original OG branch, which that should be Enterprise. And technically, I think that is like the actual true first ever ship girl. And then if we're talking the branch relative to this event, I think somebody said it was Aurora, which I think that sounds right. Tempesta does weird things. Yeah, they do. So should we be expecting more Dutch consonants? I don't know yet. I mean, if this isn't the first time they've introduced a new faction. Like the Tempesta were originally the newer faction, and now they're not. They actually have a decent team now, but I don't know how quickly they're going to be getting additions. Unless they're going to do like a full event for them, but that probably will be a bit. So for now, this is just a tasting of the Dutch, which is just elves. Anyway, after the party, Memphis and I were curious about the Tulpan's damn defense system. So we went to the we went to the nearest one to have a look. Thanks to my status and position, we made it there without much hassle. Which was Tempesta? Which country? Isn't it like Spain and Portugal? I think that's where they were inspired off of. Because there's well, no, there's a lot. No, never mind. It's multiple. It's just pirates, I think. Because let's, I got to think about it. Because like you have, I was thinking originally because like I am blanking on her name. Like Royal Fortune's names normally you have like I can't say their names. My goodness. The girl whose portrait is upside down, because I forget her name. Which I think that is
Is it Ganji, right? Yeah, it's Indian. Yeah. São Martinho, isn't that Portuguese? Or is that some other language? I don't actually remember. Yeah, I was gonna say, so it's like, they're kind of everywhere. But then, like, back in the day, like, piracy was still kind of, it's still a thing today, even. Granted, nowhere near where it used to be. One of these days, I swear, they're gonna make a Pirates of the Caribbean reference. So yeah, I don't think it's necessarily one faction, or, like, one specific location, it's just, like, an era. So, who knows? Anyway, after a short while, we were strolling on the embankment, made of concrete and rebar, and covered with steel armor. In terms of structural strength, it looks on par with our Panama Canal fortifications, even though this is just a place to walk, not a strategic location. I suppose Tulipa was very serious about it when they built this damn defense system. I know that's for the dams, like water dam, but still, it's funny. Yeah, you can even see signs of repairs all over the place. Sirens must have hit this place several times in the past. The Sirens' Mirror Sea is pretty close to the coastline. I'll bet that's where they were. I bet that's where they attacked from. Oh, who's calling this late in the night? Helena! The light fades and a familiar sight of the night sky unfolds before me. I called you in advance this time. Ma'am, that was 3 seconds. Helena, I'm busy. I'm with the other white. I mean, don't kill me. Not with the best timing, sadly. I was just with Memphis and... I know. You were taking a walk on the embankment. Don't worry. I made it so the time flows at a ratio of 360 to 1 this time, so this won't take more than a few seconds. Is there some sort of issue with Marco Polo? No. There's just something I wanted you to know about your next move. Okay. You mean my incursion in the Mirror Sea off the Tulipan coast? Yes. How much did they tell you in your briefing? Upper Command said it's compiler's forward operating base for keeping an eye on and blockading the Kino Tulipa. Ever since compiler's defeat, the base's defense systems have remained offline, and the fleet within it has remained idle. It's the perfect place for the Tulipan ship girls to get some fighting experience. Let me guess. Our intel is wrong, isn't it? Don't you hee-hee me. Shut up, Ladius. And how much of it is wrong? It's not an FOB. Oh, for operating base. I didn't think about it. It's a weapons test site previously overseen by Omitter. Oh, Omitter. Okay. It was used to develop and test all kinds of new weaponry. So it was Omitter, not Observer. The defense systems work like normal, and the test programs inside are still running, despite the detonation of our mainframe. So, how much of your intel do you think is wrong? Sounds like almost all of it. Sounds like our intel department will need a lot more time to figure out the experimentation division's structure. Don't worry, that's exactly what I'm here to help with. I've got the data on their new weapons from Observer. I'll send it to you later. You'll need much more than 2 Tulipan ship girls to deal with that place. It's really lucky that the Northern Parliament sent those reinforcements. And to think I was going to split the fleet into 2, so they can gain more experience. You saved my skin with this intel. Thank you. No need to thank me. Well, that's everything from me. Enjoy your nightly stroll. Excuse me, Chad. I just need to take care of something here.
Excuse me, I need to take care of something here. Someone needs a hug. No, she's... Hi, other girl who likes the commander a little too much. I mean, she doesn't need to worry about that anymore. She's literally an oath of mine. Literally oathed her a while ago. Did we get the new ship, girl? Yep, we did. Just missing the 2 Russians. Or Northern Parliaments, I guess. Just Memphis. She's like, she did it again, didn't she? She did it again, didn't she? Memphis. When I can see again, my vision is filled with Memphis' face. You blanked out for no reason for a minute there, Commander. My mind just wandered for a bit. Your mind wandered, right. You weren't talking to someone. See, this is also why I like Memphis. She's actually, like, a crazy smart girl. Boop the nose. That's Helena, sir. Yandere. I really wouldn't say yandere. If she is, she's like barely, like 1%. Boop it anyways! Alright, you weren't talking to someone. It was her again, wasn't it? Helena Meta. Gosh, does she even know how dangerous it is for her to do this? What if she did it while you were driving, huh? Or in the middle of crossing a... Well, I'm pretty... One, she's always watching. Always watching. And 2, if she needed... If it was that urgent, she probably would absolutely stop time. Or whatever, to actually talk to him. No, let her go. Okay, fine, we'll let her cook. It's fine, she knows when not to do it. Let's hope she never misjudges her timing then. So what did she tell you? It was about the... Wait, someone's coming. Memphis? I was expecting to come across you here. Are you out on a walk as well? Excuse me, I radioed the base and said we were going out. Well, my communicator did receive a message, but as soon as I picked it up, it stopped working. She's one of these characters. She's gonna be one of the characters that's like, oh yeah, hey, I need you to take this very expensive and very important tech thing. And I was like, wait a minute, no, it's you. Hang on. Hey, can you take this? We used to have a name for that. It's called boomers. Let me all right, hang on. No. I gotta tell you this story. This one's gonna make you guys probably all be like, yeah, it's boomers, all right. All right. So I'm answering a call on IT, and this person told me that they didn't have that their printer wasn't working and they needed to borrow a printer. And I said, well, you can just come. You can just come to my place and come to our office and print it here. And they're like, well, I can't. The email is in the computer. I'm like, well, no, it's fine. Just come here, and we'll get your thing printed. 20 minutes pass. I found out why 20 minutes passed. The person unhooked the entire computer and brought it with them to the office. Their reasoning
was, the email is on the computer. It was then I had to spend about 30 minutes explaining to her what cloud storage was. And I don't think she understood it still, but I think she at least understood the idea that she didn't need the computer the next time. But how is that possible? Like, yeah, I know, Lettuce. It was just I was making a joke about boomers, and then I thought about that old thing. It's basically anyone older than the two youngest. Yeah, it kind of is. So like millennials can now be considered. Yeah, exactly. Devin has broken the cough. Yeah, that. Like I get her trope. I just had to think about that because, I mentioned the word boomer, and then that story came back into my mind, and I don't think I've ever shared it. At least I didn't throw out 20 computer towers, because I thought, well, I mean, I will take that scenario over the dude that was complaining his PC wasn't working, and then I found out he had put a magnet on top of his laptop. Directly over the hard disk drive. Mind you. The sad thing was, the person with the laptop is, let's see, he's probably mid-20s now. So that scares me more than the boomer. But yes, Zevin, I understand that's her whole, like, archetype and things. Viewers are discussing about Helena Meta's abilities regarding technology and how they were demonstrated by breaking a communicator and a coffee machine. What? I see. AI is being funny. Yeah, it do be like that. So anyway, my computer did receive a message, but as soon as I picked it up, it stopped working. I feel like I've seen this trope used a couple times across multiple shows. And then smoke started coming out of it. So Everton brought in the technical team to assist. It's no big deal. Luckily, I stumbled upon you out here. Are you anxious about your upcoming battle, Zevin? You see right through me, Commander. Yes, you're correct. I have done lots of training, and I have the essentials of combat carved into my memory, but even so, this will be my first real battle as a representative of my country, and I feel so nervous about being the flagship. That's normal. Nothing is easy the first time around. I know what you're capable of. You'll be fine as long as you fight like you did during your training. Okay, thank you for the comforting words, Commander. I'll strive to do my best. Oh, one more thing. My favorite park lies just at the end of this embankment. Would you like to come see it with me? I wish I could, but time is short. The mission is taking place the day after tomorrow. I need to get back and start preparing. Are you a fan of smash burgers? Yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty nice to have. I cook them sometimes every now and then. They're like I don't know. I'm not like super. I'm trying to find like a really good way to do like burgers and stuff. Still kind of in like this mindset of how do I want to go about them. What about a steam burger? I can't really say I've had something like that. Do you like Herman Crush? Shut up. Steamed hams. Ah, yes. That's a good one. Anyway, we can certainly go and see the park after we've won. In 2 days then. Why don't we walk back to the base together?
This girl already seems like she likes the commander.
Right, let's head back then.
I'm just sitting here, I'm just like sitting here thinking, like, I already know the skin at this point, and I'm just like, yeah, no. Nope, she like, yep.
I can't believe they actually did that. That is nuts.
Don't they all? I'm like sitting here thinking, I don't think necessarily every character, every ship girl truly loves the commander. They probably just, because there's a couple that I think probably are just kind of, they're kind of like, he's nice to have around. I don't think there's some that are that way. No, it's more of, I was just thinking, I was like, I'm like, is there actually I don't think there's a character that, there's not one like, what was her name? There's that one character, well, it's probably just, she's just a Soon, probably. Konkale players, what was the name of the girl that always called you, like trash? I forgot her name. Was it Akebono? No. Was it? Was it Akebono? Hipper. No. Like, this is a character that I think actually genuinely hated you. Like, not Soon. I thought she actually, I legitimately thought she hated you. I think it's Akebono. Like, she literally, like, whenever she would talk to you or like and need to refer to you, she wouldn't say commander. She would just say like commander or like whatever your name was. She literally, I think she would always say Kuso Teitoku. I'm pretty sure it was Akebono. Yeah, yes, full. That's what that meant. Yes, Konkale Akebono. That's just how she was. I actually never really worked with her, so I have no idea what she was like, what she was like her true character. I just remember she was like, oh, it's like, oh, look, I got this new character. Kuso Teituka is like, okay, jeez, fine, I just sat down, please. You didn't need to do me like that. Anyway, scene near the Kingdom of Tulipa. Joint fleet 2 days later. On the day of the Tulipan fleet's first battle, their flag flutters in the gentle sea breeze. Zevon and Evertson deploy their rigging and set sail first. They're followed by my command ship, which is then followed by the imposing, mass-produced Tulipan fleet. Kazan and Oleg have joined me on the command ship so that the stars of the day can keep the spotlight to themselves. That said, though, the parade is flashy. It is a short affair. Though the parade, excuse me. The Zevon province is be like Stanley SquarePants or SpongeBob. I've not watched much. I don't think I remember. Wait, no, Stanley was like the drawn dude, right? I can't say I remember much SpongeBob because my sister watched that more than I did. Not long after we leave the port, Zevon and Evertson put away their rigging and join the Northern Parliament's mass-produced fleet waiting close by. The fleet changes to a circular formation centered around the command ship, and we make way for our destination. Shortly later, Cousin, is it just me or is the commander a little too cautious? The experimental division's big shots are gone. I bet sirens would be easy pickings for our fleet. I'm sure the commander has good reasons. Besides, you've seen how nervous the Tulipan girls are. Oh yeah, now that you mention it. I'm gonna be a little bit... Is this a case where it's like... See, this is the weird thing. I don't... I feel like the commander should have at least mentioned this to Memphis a little bit. But then again, this would also be like fruit from the poisonous tree. So it's like stuff you shouldn't really mention or use. Well, I mean, you can use it yourself, but I don't think it's gonna help. It would do much good to share it with others. I don't know. Maybe he's just playing up that way. He doesn't want, like, sometimes knowing too much could be a, what's the phrase that she would say? Sometimes knowing too much can be a burden. It will work out. It won't work out. Who's the character? Oh, that's Kachina from Genshin, right. Dekiru, dekinai, dekiru, dekinai. I was like, there's a character that said that in Genshin. Anyway, this is no good. Let me try again. It will work out. It won't work out. Info hazard. Yeah, well, it's more of like, well, it's kind of like what I've said in the past. Like, I think the best example I had was you have 3 colors before you. You have to pick one. The thing I would say is, like, you know, let's say that you were going to pick green, and then I told you that you were going to pick green. Would you stay the course and pick green, or would you pick red and, you know, spite me or whatever? Or it's like, or I don't know, like, you're not my dad, and picks red. You pick white. Okay, fine. You pick white, and then you say you're not my dad. But like, that's the kind of thing. It's like, no, sometimes that little extra bit of information will change the way a person behaves, and that might, like, especially for these two being new to like combat, it would make a lot more sense that he wouldn't tell them because. I think it's partly he doesn't want to scare them into not wanting to do anything. But at the same time, I feel like that also works against them because they might not be able to handle it. But at the same time, he could just play it safe and say, oh, you know, have the 2 northern parliaments on standby. So he probably is playing it safe by not telling them about it, and then just like playing into it by basically having everybody prepared if things get worse. Wouldn't it also change the flow of battle? How the flow of the battle will go over Hell's predictions. It could. Doesn't mean it will. It could. Because, like, if you think about it, if the command... Let's say it this way. The commander has the strategy already decided on. And then he receives this new information and shares it. But he decides to stay the course on his action plan. Even if the threat is worse. He might then adapt it later, but he might already have an idea. But yeah. Yeah, he wants to... That's what I'm thinking too. There's a whole bunch of other things from May's event. I don't think it's gonna be that though. Keep pulling out petals and that wand won't have any flowers left. Then I'll just grow more. Not a good use of your powers. Okay. I'll go get more flowers. That's not the problem. Forget it. I'm wasting my breath. If you really can't settle down, why'd I suggest a round of patrols? Oh, that's a good idea. Shall we go now? Wait a minute. I heard that. You're acting as part of a fleet. No individual action without approval. Sorry, I guess I didn't think things through. That is a face. That's the face of, oh no. Oh, you're serious. Oh. It just tore Steve in half. I like how the hair is just like this too. Okay, they're getting too tense. This isn't normal. It's almost ship girl instinct to maintain discipline in battle, isn't it? Well, they're new. Are they under too much pressure, or could it be because of their special wisdom cubes? Ah, that must be it. Oh. I should have seen that one coming, Lanius. After the investigation of the Arcana Sanctum, everyone's wisdom cubes had changed in subtle ways. Okay. Their structure is still stable, but they're extra active. They were there for a long time, after all. So we'll get to see the Tulipian fleet using the power of those cubes. I'm getting even more excited to see them in battle. So they're extremely special wisdom cubes. Okay. So, but that's kind of interesting. Why would they have the Arcana Sanctum? Commander's vessel, command deck. These people are such a mess. Don't worry, there's still time until we enter the danger zone, so let them get acclimated. Weren't you like this during your first operation, too? Goodness, no! The blush. See, I told you, chat, Memphis could be cute. I was calm and collected, and I sunk countless mass-produced siren ships to boot. My heroic acts left an unforgettable impression on everyone there. Alright, Memphis, your head's getting a little too big there. What? If you don't believe me, then go ask. I didn't mean to say something that actually fit this flow of conversation. That's not it. I'm just thinking about how time flies. Are you calling me old now? Not at all. These ship girls are forever young. Yeah, you are. Straight up just started calling her hag. Okay, come on now. Don't do my girl like that. Yeah, that didn't really. Yeah, that didn't change anything there, full. After the secret room operation were indeed interesting. I don't know what that means. Bros beef. The future is now, Grandma. Oof. Also, wouldn't that be more like a Mikasa or Palmiat thing? Oops, there we go. Commander, we have intel reports. Our route remains clear. If we continue at our current pace, we should enter the Mirror Sea in approximately 45 minutes. Time to get into formation, then. Everson, can you hear me? Everson speaking. Commander, what are your orders? Let me ask one thing first. Have Tulipian communication devices been prepared to deal with the jamming in Mirror Seas? I'm sorry, you won't like the answer. Well, that's kind of expected, I guess. Oleg, what are the Northern Parliaments? It's possible in theory, but I can't make any promises. Sometimes they fail. They did mention that in the past. Understood. All units, listen carefully. In 45 minutes, we will enter the Mirror Sea. Communications with the outside will most likely be cut off. This is expected. Remain calm. Memphis will give you orders to adjust your formations, so listen to her and prepare for battle. Roger. Wait, did that say everyone? Okay, good. I was like, did that look misspelled for a second? Things are just like they used to be. It's almost disconcerting. I should ask Helena Meta if she has any tech she can share with us. Worst case, I can have her reverse engineer it at the Sea of Stars. I doubt she'll say no to that. Oh, battle. Had the communicators been Zevon-proofed? That's another question. Ah, Otto! The Tulipan fleet is engaging the enemy. Shell after shell loaded with fury ignites one hideous foe after the next. The
sirens are ablaze. All the bloodshed since the destruction of our kingdom's fleet can be seen in these flames. We finally did it. The kingdom of Tulipa finally did it. It's not time yet to be overcome with emotion, Everton. Our journey has only just begun. We only planted our flag in this ocean mere moments ago. You're right. This is only the beginning. Our new future begins now. Enemy reinforcements incoming. We'll lead our mass-produced fleet and pincer them. Eliminate them as quickly as possible. Let us show them our might. Our first battle must end in victory. Alright. Oh yeah, I forgot I was using this UI still.
Mommy is cooking, mommy is fighting.
込ませたりはしないわ。
Like how that's just who she is now, isn't it?
早く終わりますよ。
As time went by, the Tulipans conquered their initial awkwardness and gradually became accustomed to fighting. The advantage we had since the very start had developed into an overwhelming superiority. Mere seas used to be so dangerous. Now we can just bulldoze through them. And our fighting force isn't even first rate. Shut up, Memphis. Seems like we've accomplished the transition from quantity to quality. You realized that just now? I had an inkling for a while. That it doesn't lie. It's just that the enemies have been getting stronger at the same time as we did. Chances to really feel our growth were surprisingly well, I mean, this is a very rare situation in the first place. So what time is different? Famous last words. They're still weak while we've changed greatly. I estimate we'll complete this mission in under 12 hours, including time spent searching for hostiles. If we hurry back to the harbor, we should even make it in time for lunch. True, the mission is proceeding very smoothly, and it looks like the Tulipans got into the swing of things. That said, no report is better than seeing something with your own eyes. There is something special about these girls. The ivy is coming out of thin air, this ever-present feeling of nature. Could this be a type of cognitive materialization? Their strange powers and these unusual phenomena must have something to do with those unique wisdom cubes. After my trip to the Arcana Sanctum, there was an unidentified but positive change in all wisdom cubes the Northern Parliament had at the time. Oh, okay. They developed all kinds of theories to try to explain the origin of this phenomenon. Some say the cause was the Arcana Sanctum's unique environment, while others say my wisdom cube aptitude has had that effect. Others still say it was a combination of both of those. Whatever the case, that phenomenon hasn't reoccurred since. To be fair, while you were there, you blipped in and out of existence who knows how many times. What event was the Arcana Sanctum in? Harvard Dawn's Rhyme, the second Russian event. So, whenever the new ship girls are born in the Northern Parliament, they use those unique wisdom cubes as part of the process. Interesting. So, there's a lot of very powerful Northern Parliaments then. Despite this different procedure, those ship girls didn't display any differences. It's as though they did it using regular wisdom cubes. Well, Part may sound the girls what the best. Oh yeah, I can see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah, I can see why you were saying that. This does explain it better, though. I think this at least helps clarify that previous point. But yeah, I can see what they're thinking here. Does that explain the change in Northern Parliament riggings from Ironblood-like to giant industrial machinery? I think we got that flipped. Because Ironblood-like is what it all became. If you look at how their older artwork was compared to their newer ones, especially for characters like Pamyat Rechevit.
I wonder, storyline-wise, when did Yostar choose to drop commons and elite rarity? Don't know. That is kind of weird, though, when you think about it. We used to get rares. Now we don't. We just get elites. And SRs and URs. Then again, that probably came about when they started doing URs, so they didn't want to have too many rarities involved. In the contrast, the Tulipan ship girls exhibit astonishing changes. I hope we'll be able to figure out the root cause. Because if we do, we might be able to further raise the strength floor of our world. Oh, hello, intruder type. When do you get a product identity version of you? Commander, the Northern Parliament's fleet has finished its elimination mission. Commons were dropped year 1, like after the first German event. Yeah, they were more in favor of SR. Well, there was still some. They were rare. Because I think, I'm trying to think of all the events. Bismarck came out a bit later, and I think hers still had rares. I feel like it was maybe like... I want to say Shinano was probably the major indicator of it. Because Marblehead, I think, is one I can think of. We could look at that later. Casablanca, I think, also was a part of that group. Monthly login reward. I don't think... Oh, no, that was definitely not then. Yeah, that's something to think about. Yeah, some of the ships were monthly logins. That was a disaster. Anyway, Commander, blah, blah, blah. We're now starting to surround the Mirror Sea's central control tower from the southwest. Expected to be in the designated position within an hour. Likewise, Commander, the Tulipan fleet has completed its own elimination mission. We are currently surrounding the tower from the southeast. We'll begin an all-out attack once we link up with the Northern Parliament's fleet. Fantastic work, keep it up. What's wrong, Commander? You look displeased, despite how well things are going. We were back at the embankment right as Zevin approached us. I was going to tell you that Omitter used this Mirror Sea to test new weapons. I heard it straight from Helena, so I have no reason to doubt its veracity. What? We haven't seen anything you could call a new weapon so far. Shut up, Memphis! That's what worries me. There should be one, so where is it? Alright, 2 more left. This story's actually going pretty quick. Memphis, I like you, but shut up! Oite in April 2021 was the last rare ship. That was... Swirling? I don't actually remember when Oite was added. Battle for the central control tower wasn't particularly tough. All resistance to our overwhelming firepower proved futile, and the tower that maintained the Mirror Sea was destroyed very quickly. The abnormal weather and terrain within the Mirror Sea gradually faded away, and soon the jamming that impeded our communications disappeared, and we started receiving messages from the outside again. Wow, that's a lot of unread messages. Commander, I have terrible news. Not long after we departed, a Siren fleet launched an attack on the Tulipan coast. Interesting. My bad premonition came true. Helena Meta's intel was correct. This place was indeed a Siren testing site for new weapons, and it had been operating as normal. Apparently, as soon as I took the fleet in to destroy the Mirror Sea, its commanding AI sent forth a fleet armed with new weapons and attacked the now defenseless Tulipan coast. Scheming to strike at us even if it meant sacrificing itself. How cowardly. This little thing in her right here is kind of cool. I never noticed it, actually. I don't know if that's like, it's like, I don't know if I would call that a horn or a crown. Our damn defense system is engaging the Siren fleet, and now it's on the brink of falling apart. Commander, we have to retreat post-haste. Hold up. While we did destroy the machine sustaining the Mirror Sea, there are still Sirens in the general area. Our mission isn't over yet. Be that as it may, the enemy is attacking our country directly. I know, but we can't just leave. This is a joint operation between the Azur Lane and the Crimson Axis. And as operation participants, we have to prioritize the mission. Even if our country is burning. Believe in yourself, believe in your compatriots defending the dam, and believe in the commander. You have to keep cool no matter how dire things get. Remember, we have the edge and firepower. As long as each of us carries out their role, the commander will always lead us to the best result. Not all the time. Granted, he doesn't know everything. You're right. Forgive me, Commander. I lost my composure. Since the situation has changed, we'll have to redeploy our forces. We've successfully eliminated the Sirens within the Mirror Sea and taken out its control tower. However, there are still hostiles in the area, so our mission isn't finished yet. While it's true we have to deal with them, not all of us need to stay here. A part of our force will split off and head to the coast. 7. Assemble a fleet consisting of you and Everson and your mass-produced ships. I'll bring my command vessel and provide support. Thank you, Commander. I'll start regrouping at once. Cousin, you'll take command of the MP fleet and stay here to mop up the enemy. Don't let a single one get away. Got it. It will be done. I'll request backup from the Royal Navy fleet nearby. They should help us clean up this area. Once the area is clear, immediately return to Tulipa and provide backup. This battle may be finished quickly and conclusively. There are your orders. Eliminate all enemies before Tulipa suffers further casualties. Roger. Straightforward to the point. Maybe. Commander probably just uses one of the mass-produced ships as his command ship. I don't think he necessarily is picky at who he uses. Though I do kind of wonder if he uses a mass-produced ship of one of the sister classes, just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna use an Essex class ship as the command ship. Essex is just looking at him like, oh, cool. The fleet failed. RIP. It's over, chat. The fleet failed. The fleet failed. The fleet failed. That's 2 keys over. GG. Yep. The fleet failed. It's Jover. The fleet failed, and soon the Tulipa coastline lit up by cannon fire came into view. No. The fleet sailed on at full speed, and soon the Tulipa coastline lit up by cannon fire came into view. While there was fighting all across the damn defense system, it didn't seem as disastrous as it was assumed. The defense line was holding. The battle was going far better than expected. Oh! Tirpitz! Yay! Good to see you again. I'm Zig Nordberg. Coordinate with the Tulipan defense installations and destroy the enemy's vanguard force. Yes, ma'am. Roger. Speed. Don't focus solely on their biggest units. Our goal isn't swift elimination. It's to repel them from the coastline and keep structural damage to a minimum. Okay, I'll bear that in mind.
Wow, it seems the Ironblood had the same idea as us. Murmansk, Grozny, we're going to assist the Ironblood's fleet and push the front line back into the sea. Roger, roger, roger. Let's beat the crap out of them. Allied reinforcements on the coastline. Thank goodness, they're still holding out. Those are the domestic Ironblood and Northern Parliament defense fleets not participating in the operation. They're actually going out of their way to assist. A good sign of things to come. It means all our hard work up to this point wasn't for nothing. There may just be hope for the Azur Lane's reformation. Yeah. And then there are those things over there. They must be Omitter's latest weapon. It really does look like Purifier's, like, shark that she has above her. According to intel, these are... I'm gonna butcher that name. Super Dreadnought class Eradicators. We have to defeat them to complete this mission in any real sense. Commander, the Tulipan fleet awaits your orders. Right. Coordinate with the coastal defense forces and allied fleets and eliminate the enemy. Ripkura, by the way. Oh, yeah, I heard about that. That's crazy. Hololife's kind of struggle in the last... I mean, they've lost a couple people. Or they're, I guess, losing. They haven't lost them yet. That's coming up, isn't it? Her last day? Kaboom. Commander, haven't seen you since the NA counterattack operation. Oh yeah, Grenville. Royal Navy Destroyer Grenville, head of the Search and Destroy fleet, reporting in. Party! Cool! The battle hasn't yet resulted in significant casualties. It seems we've arrived at the perfect time. We're done mopping up the stragglers. I'll join you with you in the Royal Navy soon, Commander. Whoa! Those must be the biggest foes I've ever seen! That face! No, hang on. We gotta tweak this. We have to just ever so slightly tweak this. Let me just Just look at her chibi win animation. Well, I need to get her first to do that. So we'll have to grind out her, grind out the points so we can get her. The eye, though, is pretty great. Alright, where is that eye? There it is. No, but what it does is drunk. Yeah, that's the AI sometimes. It'd be like that. Viewers are discussing the recent event in the anime Azur Lane. They are particularly upset about the failure of the joint service in the American fleet and the lack of air support for the Dutch. Well, when you think about it, how many carriers do they have? How many? That one's not wrong. I love how it is only picking up off of chat, though. It's gonna eventually become. The chat is talking about how the AI is taking their messages to make a summary of what the is for the AI to say what they're talking about. It's such a goofy feature. Anyway, this face is great. Oh gosh, the goggles are great. I'd love to pick their wreckages apart. Oh wow, it's been a while since I've seen you. I actually thought the like headgear or the eyewear was with the actual ears, like it was just part of the whole thing, like it was like a helmet or something. But no, they actually separated. What are we waiting for? Get him! Charge! Oh.
終わりますようにご映画を任せてちょらえて
Oh. At long last, peace and quiet returns to the shore. The first light of dawn shines down, and a new day begins. Oh. Oleg moment. Misugaki. Oh my goodness. I do kind of like how the background of this story system kind of works. I just really hope they... I'd like to see them revamp the older... Like... I'm gonna be real. Can they just replace this screen with this screen instead? Yeah, you have to do a bit more scrolling, and it's not as compact, but honestly, I like this better. Because this feels more like a modern... This gives it like a more modern and sequential feel, whereas the others are just like, yeah, here's everything. With a button to change the background. Yeah, you could do that. At least change the thumbnails in the memory section with these backgrounds. Yeah. Like, I would like to... Legs. Yeah, oh, yeah. Aren't you surprised that the person whose name is Oleg has legs? Her name is Oleg. Name checks out. But of wrong game. Risk of broken code, I think. Sure, but I feel like that would not be a hard fix. I don't know the code base on this. I imagine there's probably unforgivable amounts of spaghetti on this. But I'm the type of person that'd be like, okay, like, maybe it's just the way I am, but I am the type of person that I will look at a, like, 4,000 line code base if it means fixing something. That's just me. And I've done that multiple times. Like, one of the most terrifying thing I've had to deal with is optimizing a 2,000 line code base. I added like 200 lines to it, but I improved the algorithm that it basically took what used to take 15 minutes for 500 points of data to be analyzed. Now it takes like 7 minutes for 2,000 points of data to be modified. So it's like, yes, it sucks because it's a lot to do, but you should still do it. What about 30% of the 3D stuff is spaghetti hell? It probably is. To be fair, like, I'm sure multiple people here probably have heard of a phrase called minimum viable product. It wouldn't surprise... I don't want to say AL does this all the time, or any game in general, but it is a thing like that that exists. That probably is the reason why spaghetti code is so big, or so common. So, anyway, Kingdom of Tulipa. I'm not going to say that name, it'll face name 2 days later. And we've been taken to the park with What's-Her-Face because she wanted to take us there. Across the land scorched by fire, new life springs forth in droves. After less than a day of examination and statistics, the Kingdom of Tulipa immediately started repairing its damned defense system. Meanwhile, in the corner of the busy construction site... Background? Also, can we please, you are missing one feature of any kind of dialogue like this. How do you hide this?
I would like an option to hide the UI. Maybe I should include that as well. Minimum viable product. Oh, you're talking about 95% of Western developed games now. It's not just games, 7. It's not just games. It is not just games. I have gotten mad at my manager because they rushed a timeline on my project and I was forced to deliver minimum viable product. I was not happy putting that out. And I told my HR person, I was like, I did not like that we rushed this. Granted, it never broke because I do take considerable care to make sure I idiot-proof it, but still, I don't like having to do it myself. So, whoa, they're growing. I can see the growth of my own 2 eyes. They're getting bigger and bigger, longer and longer. I can even lift those stacks of steel plates with ease. Oh, like these, like, vines or whatever. Fabulous, simply beautiful. Are you satisfied? Satisfied and then some. Sorry, it just hit me that I made you put on a show for my sake. Is that grass or hair? I mean, the grass is down here. These are probably like... They kind of... I really don't know what to describe these are. They kind of look like stalks of like a flower or something. Should just make a video saying what he wants to see in AL in the future. I mean, I am doing that, actually. That's technically one of the 2 videos I'm working on. Don't be sorry, I'm just doing what has to be done anyway. It makes an incredible amount of sense to put life and nature to use in reconstruction. The dam defense system is very important and directly linked to our country's safety. As a Tulipian, I should naturally give reconstruction efforts my all. Well spoken. That makes me think. What? What's so funny? Nothing. I just remembered something joyous. You've shown me the wonders of biotechnology. Soon I will show you the staggering might of industrial technology. Puts on her goggles. What's the Bismarck video? That one, so that's a long. I need to continue that, yes, but there's been a shift of priorities on what videos are coming out first, and the AL feed critique one needs to come out first. So that one and its suggestions video should come out first. The Bismarck one I'm a little bit concerned with. Only because of like how these 2 videos should be received. So anyway, I'll talk about that later, I guess, if we need to. Feet critique. What? How'd you get that? It's fine. We defended these embankments together, so the Royal Parliament should also have a role in its reconstruction. In fact, the giant construction machines I requested will be arriving by transport ship at this harbor today. Together, we'll rebuild it stronger, bigger, and better than before. I have to say, I'm impressed by how the Tulipians rebuild. Admiring the impassioned workers at the construction site from afar, Memphis and I walk along the embankment. On another note, I heard the Sea of Stars sent a request for a few of those special wisdom cubes for research purposes. Do you think the Northern Parliament will approve it, though? Maybe. They might not give you many of them, though. Probably. Since the Tulipan fleet already demonstrated its unique powers, there's no reason to hide the cubes in that too. Although, I wonder if the Sea of Stars will be able to research anything until they figure out how the cubes work. It's Bismarck. She has many things to talk about, including, but not limited to, the mission's results. I'll go and take a walk over there. I heard you achieved another stellar victory, Commander. Now that the Tulipian fleet has a win into its name, the going should get easier for them. While the mission was a success, I wouldn't call it flawless.
Despite our overwhelming military advantage, Tulipa still suffered damage in this battle. Damage which happened despite my learning in advance that our intel was wrong and revising the plan accordingly. If it had been me at the helm, or if I hadn't realized the intel was wrong, then who knows how the battle would have gone. Even with the Sirens' experimental divisions gone, we still can't ignore the threat that the remaining Sirens pose. I think we've come to let our guard down after winning too much. You're right, the Sirens are no less dangerous than before. This direct attack on the Tulipan mainland serves as a warning for those of us who've become complacent. You know, I just remembered that the Sirens and the Ironblood used to have a handful of mere seeds for the cooperative testing purposes. Please, that's in the past. That face. We live in a new age, a unified age where people help one another. A better age, wouldn't you agree?
I mean, I think that's what he wants anyway.
As I walk aimlessly while on call with Bismarck, I suddenly realize that I've arrived at the park Zevin mentioned a few days back. I spot Memphis waving in the distance. She points at the communicator, then at a gazebo nearby. Wrapping up my chat with Bismarck, I go up to the gazebo. There, I find Zevin waiting for me. Commander, what a coincidence. I wasn't expecting to meet you here. How do you like the park? You'll find the beautiful sights of Tulipa in many more places than just here. Since the mission is over now and you find yourself here, why not stay in the country and relax for a while? I and my countrymen all would love to have you here. Well, the plan is for me to return to the Irish Orthodoxy tomorrow. For another all but pointless meeting. You've been working like a dog lately. It's time you took some time off. Heck, I can write your vacation request for you. There's no need to burden yourself with that. You say that, but my work is important. If it really is important, they can call you about it. You can do it remotely. Alright, if you insist. Glad you agree. Time for a well-earned vacation. Zevin, let's put together a schedule.
Memphis being like, no, you're not working anymore.
Two of them start merrily chatting away about a holiday schedule for me. As I savor the joy of temporarily getting away from my work and the excitement of a vacation, I take one last look at my communicator. That's when I notice there is a single unread message. The sender, Queen Elizabeth. It arrived at nearly the same time as my call from Bismarck. From Elizabeth? Why would she message me at this time?
Suddenly the music changes and it's very, very dramatic.
Maybe it's a congratulations on your mission completion message. One of her fleets did participate. Only one way to find out. I open the message. As expected, it does start with some congratulations, and even briefly touches on the developments on the front of the Royal Navy. On the front, the Royal Navy has been assigned. What comes after, though, hits me like a freight train. Queen Elizabeth, Meta, and Miss D returned safely to Camelot. They were successful in their whale hunt. The catch is that, although they have the whale, Miss D has forgotten how to use it.
Miss D, failing hard here.
Due to the exceptional familiarity Miss D showed toward me, and the astonishing cooperation between her and Helena Meta in the Matrium, she has now invited me to come to the Royal Islands, along with Helena Meta. She hopes that, together, we'll be able to shed some light on this whale of theirs. An invitation I can't refuse. I'll have to contact Helena sometime today and start preparing in advance for a visit to the Royal Islands.
So, Royal Navy event, am I guessing?
I forgot the scene where she forgot in print.
No. It's just Miss D. It's just how she be. Like, she's literally, like, she is kind of a bit of a goofball. Bates HMS event. Now, that'd be funny if it was Split Banner again. Royal Navy, May you are. We'd have to see. I don't know yet, because we would need to, I mean, like, just because we don't have we have this story plot right here, where it leads into something else, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the next event. They've done that before, where it's just like, oh yeah, we're going to be talking about, this is going to be what this is, you know, this is going to lead into this event. And then it's like, oh wait, well, no, we need this one first. So we don't know. Viewers are reacting to a moment in a live stream where the streamer struggles to remember how to use a feature in the game. Hey, wait a minute. Oh my goodness. Commander, how does the Tulipan capital sound for our first destination? Memphis, about that vacation. She's gonna hate me for this. Why the grim look? What happened? Show me that. So, yeah. Angry Memphis noises. We'll accompany Grenville's fleet to the Royal Islands tomorrow. No, my vacation. My vacation plan. Oh, I see. Somebody had an ulterior motive. Somebody had a different idea of what was gonna happen for the next couple of days. It was our vacation, she says. Our vacation. Memphis, we are going to Brazil. Why are we going to Brazil? Oh my goodness. My vacation plans, my vacation plans. Elizabeth! Meanwhile, in the Royal Isles, Elizabeth sneezes. The constantly overworked Memphis. I silently pull Memphis into a hug. Now would be a good time to insert ads, says YouTube. No. Your suggestion noted and ignored. Go men, Memphis. It really do be that way, don't it? Oh my goodness. Also, Chris, I didn't say that earlier, but hello. I'm doing fine. I know I saw that message earlier and I was kind of busy. How about you go on a vacation? If my date plan, I mean vacation plan, I mean she probably would, to be honest. Especially if it was my Memphis, who's literally oath to me. Started the Memphis villain art. Nah, she wouldn't. Remember, she's the girl that likes the commander a little too much. Of course she wouldn't do the, she wouldn't be the villain. Alrighty, that's done at least. So now I need to actually grind out the events. These are probably very low level, aren't? Yes, they are. Also, well, you know what? Yes, I know. Oh, back up. Chat. Chat. Look at this little creature. Oh, I got some spare coins, so we should be fine. Dies. F in chat for the people who did not survive.
Yeah, I wish this was a, don't notify me again, please. Thankfully, I've been saving up a whole bunch of bullings and a whole bunch of, XP resources. The only thing that really sucks about NPC characters is you really can't do anything with them. I'll get her to, let's get her to 97, that'll do. Can't really do much about this now, can we? So, normal Anchorage could take care of little Anchorage. I mean, we could bring both of them. There's nothing, I don't think there's anything against that. We will give her Bremerton's shiny gun. Will she be great with it? I don't know. But we will give her the shiny gun. Are you the same way as your normal variant? Oh, firepower goes up when firing torpedoes. So instead of evasion, it's fire. Wait, what was the? Hang on, I forgot how Anchorage works. Excuse me. I forgot how normal Anchorage works on this. Yeah, it's evasion rate. I was like, it's evasion rate, isn't it? So it's firepower instead of evasion rate. Yeah, evasion rate's still better. It's not ever gonna happen that Anchorage gets power cut by her little version of herself. Looks at Rune Muse compared to Rune. Alright, you know, let's get them in the fleet. Well, no, I need to put them on hard. Is there a hard? No. No, there literally is not. Oh, no, it is, right here. I used to have that right there, didn't they? I don't remember. Level 80s, that's fine. BBC, CLDD, blah, blah, blah. So it'd need to be this team that handles it then. So... Yeah, that kind of threw me off there. We'll put Anchorage with her little Anchorage. I like how that you could, it's just literally like bloop your face. Am I late for the story? Unfortunately, yes you are. I can give you a summation of it though. Would it help if I give you a summation, Super Spartan? You will still need to do one normal stage. Wait, why? Slow Vanguard. Yes, please. All right. Well, let me see if I can summarize everything that we did here. Commander and Memphis go to the Ironblood Embassy at the what's it called? The Iris Orthodoxy's kind of like place where they're doing all of like the meetings and everything for the reformation of Azur Lane. It is here where they are having a little party, but at the same time, it's a chance for the commander to basically be informed that he'll be meeting with Tulipa representatives soon. Which in this case, I believe that was. I don't have her name down yet. Evertson. Or no, sorry, it was just normal people. So they meet with a bunch of people from Tulipa, and they start discussing plans for a operation in the NA Ocean, which is basically where Operation Siren took place at. One of the things that they're doing is they need to eradicate a area where some sirens are still around, and the reason being is because when all of the when Observer detonated all of the mainframes, for some odd reason it triggered emitters to basically, I think I said right, it needed to rebuild, and so a whole bunch of things that were still technically, what's the best way to put this? There's basically still some siren presence around. It doesn't necessarily have a leader, it's probably just being managed by an AI. So they have this region near the Tulipa coast that basically has an old siren facility there that still has some presence there. So the first mission for Zevin and Evertson here is to take part in a joint operation to basically wipe out that siren threat. It'll be a good first, getting their feet wet for, no pun intended, to get familiar with being ship girls and fighting.
While at the same time, it will also kind of help them. Well, it really will just give everybody an idea what they're capable of. So, the commander heads out to Tulipa Kingdom, meets with Evertson, who basically just does some basic background on Tulipa, which is basically they have these like embankments. They were basically building up as like defensive positions against the siren threats. It goes into a bit more backstory of Tulipa, not anything too crazy, but is at least a basic structural thing. But yeah, we eventually meet Zevin, who we learn is very not great with technology in the sense that if she touches it, it just for some reason just blows up. Well, not literally blows up. It just ceases to work. So, with both of those characters met, and we meet Oleg and I forget the other girl's name because I don't have it. Zavan? Is it Zavan, right? Kazan, thank you. Short mission, why was Kazan there? So, the Northern Parliament volunteered to help support. So, basically, this was going to be the Tulipa's first operation ever. But, since it was their first operation, fleets were willing to help support if necessary, and the Northern Parliament were one that basically stepped in and said, yeah, we'll be more than willing to help. So that's why Kazan and Oleg are there, basically. But during the days before the operation starts, Helena Meta pulls the commander into like their little special place, and basically says that the intel is wrong. The place is actually more dangerous than they thought. It's not part of compiler's stuff. It's actually something with Omitter. And it's like a secret weapons factory, or some kind of experimental weapons factory. So it's a lot more dangerous than they thought it was. Now, granted, the commander doesn't say anything about this to anybody else, at least not immediately. And they start their operation. The two girls, it's their first operation, so they're nervous. But the operation goes pretty well for the most part. They wipe out most of the sirens around that facility, but they learn, and when they finally get close to the point where pretty much everything is done, they just need to wipe out the stragglers. They learn that that Tulipa's, like their main place in Tulipa is basically being attacked, and it's by one of the weapons that was from that facility. So the commander orders the group to split up. So the Northern Parliament group handles mopping up everybody that was at the place they were attacking, and the Tulipa girls here with the commander and Memphis go back to the place where they were at to defend against that the siren weapon that was attacking. So I just said special place because it works. What do you... Wait, that is not anywhere near as bad as you were thinking it is. Also, thanks for the 5, you goof. But basically, they get back there. A whole bunch of supportive fleets that were kind of just helping the Tulipa were already there and just kind of helped defending. It's kind of a nice thing because it really shows everyone was willing to help, step in and help. You had the Iron Blood helping out. You had the Royal Navy there also helping out. So they're helping hold basically with the defensive line, and then Zevin and Everson come in and also help eradicate the like super weapon, which was basically like this. I forgot what it was called. It looked like something that was like Purifier's rigging, honestly, but it was something, I forget what the exactly. It's like Devastator. Does somebody remember what the name of that thing was called? The shark. It's like a Devastator class or something. But yeah, basically, first operation ends there. They wipe out the thing attacking their home port. And then, at that point, it's reconstruction, and yeah, that's pretty much the end of that major part there. The ending there has you meeting Zevin at one of her parks,
Memphis tries to get the commander to take some time off, though in reality, she also wanted some vacation as well, because to be fair, she is an overworked character. Unfortunately, the commander gets a message from Elizabeth saying that Misty and Elizabeth Meta had collected the whale that we saw back at, what was it called? Matrium? I forget what that event's called. Light of the Matrium or something like that? I forget what the actual name is. But, Misty had finally got the whale that they were hunting for. She had forgotten how to use it, so Elizabeth had requested Helena Meta and the commander to meet her at the Royal Isles. That's pretty much the story. So, if I were to say it, like, very quickly, basically, new operation. Tulipa had to help, need to get their, bearings for their first operation. Royal Northern Parliament offered to support. It goes well for the most part. Their homeland ends up getting attacked by a small detachment fleet from that facility. They go back to defend it, successfully defend it, and now the Royal Navy is requesting them at the Royal Isles. Basically everything. If I were to, like, summarize it in, like, 6 lines. So, very small event, not a whole lot of things mentioned there. If you want to get into the finer details, Zevin and Evertson have a unique wisdom cube that was used to kind of build them, and they have kind of very unique powers with nature. And that's something that I think has drawn a lot of curiosity. The Sea of Stars is requesting the chance to analyze these special cubes. These cubes were a consequence of things that happened back in the Arcana Sanctum in Harvard Dansreim. That's probably like the big thing out of this probably this entire event. I would think. Ladius, do you think there's anything more important? Or Full Flow, do you think there's anything more important? The Shark is Eradicator class Super Dreadnought. Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you. I feel like I know who you are. I think I read that title or that username and I'm like, I think I know who this person is. Well, there could be more than one, but I think I know who this is. But yeah. Yeah, that is true. He had a general plan for creating the girls overall, but yeah. So good Jason to a black cube. No. So that's why they're like this. Yeah, so that's why they have the designs that they do. So the only reason I said that, though, is because I've interacted with people across multiple platforms, and while I know that not everyone has the same usernames across platforms, I have a feeling I am probably interacting with somebody that I've interacted with a lot on another platform. But yeah, nothing much else. You didn't really miss a huge event, Super Spartan. Do we know where generally Tulipa is in the map? I don't think they really went that far into details. It's probably where, like, the Netherlands and the places really is, so... what would I consider that? Kind of like... kind of central? I don't... Where would you guys consider that? Central Europe? Because it's like, I know Europe is all the way from, like, Spain, Portugal to that one, like, is it a mountain range? I forget what it's specifically called. There's the one dividing line that separates, like, Asia, like, the northern part of Asia with Europe. I just forget, like, I'm just like, is that kind of central, western, northwest-ish? Yeah, I was like, is that a central or west? Yeah, Uriel, yeah, thank you. I'm just like, I don't know exactly if that, like, it's in that spot that I don't know if I would consider it, like, central or, like, northwestern. Yeah, the Ural Mountains, exactly. But I did notice it was only... Yeah, it was a very short story. Very, very, very short. Nowhere near the Ural. Well, that's what I mean, is, like, was it western? Was it central? I was, like, trying to roughly paint where that was in my mind. Because I don't really, like, I have a general sense of geography, but it's been probably at least, oh gosh, a decade since I've actually did anything geography-wise. It's definitely in Central Europe. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking it's like around Central to... Better sense than most Americans. I can at least say I'm probably a bit better than... I'm definitely better than that. We have so many people here that don't even know where all the states are. Though I think there's one or two that sometimes flip me up, but that's only because, like, I have to remember specifically where they are. But we are Americans is large enough for us to remember. Well, I mean, like... I don't know. That's a whole different topic. But yes, it's in that area of, like, Europa. I think is what they call it here in this universe. This is Texas, shows Missouri. Okay, no. It's not even the fact that they showed Missouri, they called it Texas. That's the worst part. Like, if you can't figure out where, like, if you don't know where, like, New York, Texas, California, and maybe Florida are, and you're like a US person, I am seriously concerned. I can name only 4 states solidly, but I almost want to time you out for that one. And don't worry, many Europeans don't even know where the F me flag. Wait, what? Did you typo that? I mean, they know it exists. Does that count? They get half a point. I will give them 0.5. I will not give them more. Oh no, you had this gun originally. I just threw it on Bremerton. Okay, sorry, I have to be slightly... You know what? No, I'm gonna let her have fun with that. The little one can have fun with it. You definitely do not need your gun right now. Only have, that's a bit... I mean, they're lucky to get any points. Look, you're gonna have to deal with how I was as a TA, which is, I was harsh but fair. If you at least got some basic point... you had some basic foundation of an answer, then I would at least give you some partial credit. But if you missed the entirety of it, you would not get anything. Not like I was referring to myself like, this is Africa, show South America. No, George. The best would be like, it's like, imagine the Patrick voice. This is Asia. And it's just a picture of mustard. Now my brain's like, is mayonnaise an instrument? Choose them after Eurasia. Find Georgia. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. That is a very good one, because a lot of people are gonna be like, wait, no, Georgia's in the U.S. No, there's another place. There's another country that has that name. We're not that special. we're not that special. Is there? I mean, I don't really have a fast torpedo. I don't have a spare one because I never thought I'd need a spare one of these. There's like 3 Georgias. All right, here we go, chat. Here's a fun little exercise. What do you guys think is the goofiest country name? And it doesn't need to be like anything crazy. It can just be whatever one makes you laugh every single time you think of Chad. You know what? That's a fair point. I didn't even think about Chad. My mind immediately went to Djibouti.
The Virgin Islands. Fair. Yeah, St. Thomas, St. Croix. I don't have the 3 of them down. What was the third one? Thomas, St. Croix. Ah, crap. I forget what the third one is. There's 3 of them. Well, technically there's more than that, but there's multiple. Hungary. Yeah, fair point. Turkey, maybe. What do you mean this country's called Turkey and they don't have turkeys? Isn't there like a whole joke about like any country with Guinea in its name doesn't have guinea pigs? Saint. Oh my goodness, it's been fun. All right, have a good one. Catch her later, man. I don't think it's gonna matter that much. I'll just give her like a semi-enhanced one. Cooper is not using them. Mad at gas car. I see what you did there. Let's do the classic case of slap a gold on it and call it a day. But we're just gonna take Cooper's gold and call it a day. Because I have a billion of these, I'm just gonna give you one of these. Guam doesn't need hers right now because I'm not using her that much. And then we could just go down to the health kits because you guys, you and your older version of you are going to share the exact same kit basically. Brynnis does not need hers. Okay, these 2 are geared. Who do we bring with them? If we were to go by backline. You know what? Let's use characters I haven't really used in a while. I'm probably gonna have to spend a little bit of time gearing them, but you know what? Hugo, come with me. And let's get a healer of some sort. Unicorn has not had time in a long time. At all. Madge. Yeah, there's like so many funny jokes you can make about that stuff. Akashi. You know what? Sure, we can bring Akashi. I don't think I have to equip her. What is the stat I'm missing? Evasion. Oh, well that's probably because this other fleet isn't built yet. And then what's just the battle? Let's bring somebody I haven't used in a while. This team's gonna have like no synergy, but it is what it is. Fritz, you're gonna use I don't think I've even used Fritz actually. Fine, we'll bring Fritz. She's not gonna be that particularly powerful here, but it's what it is. If I'm gonna bring, you know what? Let's just. Anchorage is usually with Baltimore and Bremerton, isn't she? I think I've always seen illustrations with the 2 of them. So, in that case, I mean, I took the gun off Bremerton, but sure. Use the elves, please. Oh yeah, this is the. Oh no, this is Boss Fleet. This team doesn't. This is Boss Fleet. It's like the most like completely no synergy characters ever. You can have this. I'm not gonna care that much about it. I don't think it really matters that much, does it? Yeah, it's fine. Wait, we have elves and I was like, yes, we do. Well, actually, now that I think about it, I think you're actually gonna be. Am I dumb? Hang on. Yeah, we technically have had elves for a while. Yeah, that's right. You're frontliners. I was like, wait a minute, no. I was like, who's the battleship again? And I was like, no, that's the Northern Parliament girl. I gotta figure out who. Well, actually, conveniently, you 2 are here. Who do I pair with you 2 then? Yeah, I had to remind myself. I was like, no, the BB is the Russian girly. Albion and Centaur. I don't think I've used either of them. CL Royal Navy. Am I still in the front? I'm probably still in Vanguard. No, I'm in BB, that's why. Yeah, the level 73 and level 70 with no limit break. So yeah, that's not happening. I probably should work on them actually. Duke of York, she's a vampire. You know what? We'll bring Russians with them. Let's have some more Northern Parliament fun. Admiral Nakamov is not even near ready. We'll bring Chikalev. And you know what? Soyuz. Come here, oh, wow, you're 125. Okay, well, still, we'll use you anyway, because I haven't used Soyuz in a long time. And Volga, because healing. Bring the cat. Wait, what cat do I bring for the top team? What cat do I bring here? Is there a Russian cat? No, we have wolf-inspired characters. Nyaka, oh. Good point. You know what? Sure. We'll just power level her right now. Well, no, if I do that, no, I can't. I can't, because I need to power level them. I already have. Am I gonna have enough for them? Yes, I should. I still need to promote limit break both of these two. $97 books to hit. Yeah, I want to hit higher than that though. I'll give her 76 is as high as I can take them. You get 78 though. Yeah, they probably shouldn't be frontliners. So I need to bring a probably a tanky. Well, I mean that pretty much narrows that down to Kronstadt. Yeah, I'll have to bring Kronny just to kind of offset the downside here. I cannot use Nakamov then, so I have to I'm gonna put Chikalev back in. I should imagine not having 3K reports, almost 200 purple reports. Imagine. Yeah, imagine being a person that has to like do a whole bunch of other things. I have not used these girls in a while. Imagine having to work. Yeah, exactly. Well, you probably work too, but still. Do you have any requirement? I don't remember. I don't think she had anything here. Okay, no, nothing fancy here. It really doesn't matter, and you know what? You're not using this, so you can have that. I'm not gonna care that much. Alsace isn't in play. I'm probably just gonna be stealing all of Alsace's equipment, because not having that much to work with is a pain sometimes. Musa, she doesn't need hers. Then a white shell should do if I have a spare somewhere. I think I do, with you. Okay, you're done. Joffrey isn't used, you can have that anyway. By far. Their designs can be interesting. The more recent ones kind of are less so interesting, but that's just a nitpick I have at that point, honestly. You have so much equipment. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm okay with the equipment I do have. It's just I need to,
そうじゃなくてもボルガを頼りにしてください。
I need to basically kind of build. I need to just build more of it. Actually, is this Illustrious Muse? No, it's a different one. Who's not using any right now? Take a Kagi's. That's fine. Yeah, I do like the theme that the new Tulipa girls have. They definitely look really nice. I think you're fully equipped. Yeah. I use you in Opsai, so you're definitely equipped. What do you even do? I haven't even looked at her skills. Fires a torpedo deploys a shield that can negate up to 5 enemy shots. That's its spells. Ship in your vanguard with the lowest current HP percentage recovers 1% of HP every second. Oh, okay, that's nice. Oh, while the shield is up. Last 5 seconds. Okay, so 1% every... Okay. That's not bad. Launches a recon plane. Every time this ship sinks an enemy, decreases her damage taken by 1% until the battle ends. Increases main gun efficiency by 1%. That doesn't sound that bad either. What's her main gun efficiency by default, though? Let's just put something... Let's just slap something on to see it. 1/3. It's only 1%, though. But still. Is there a cap on that? It has to be her sinking it, though, which is already a concern. 3 times? Oh. Oh, never mind. That sounded nice, and then... Oh, that's up to 10% there at level 10. That's 30%. That's... At max level, that's actually... That's... I mean, 1.6 modifier is versus a 1.3 is definitely noticeable. Is it good? Like, for a DD, though... That's what I'm worried about. It's the DD. Is it specifically that she kills with a gun, or just... Oh, she just has to sink it with by any means. So the torpedoes can do the job if she's got good torps. I think that's what that says, right? Every time this ship sinks an enemy, it doesn't say it with the main gun, so you can use torpedoes to get that going. Which is probably better for destroyers, but I don't know how this faction's destroyers are gonna be. I might just give her like one of these and call it here. ASW works too. Oh yeah, that's a good point. There wasn't any ASW there though. Slap a gold on and call it a day. Probably just give her one of these if I have somebody that's not using them. That's the bigger problem though. I don't. Okay, let's just grab one of these down here then. You're not using this. I'm at least glad like the quick swap is a feature, because it would have been a pain in the butt having to constantly switch people's gears around. Honestly, I might just do this, just borrow Erebus's, and then just level them to 10. Her skills aren't bad. They really don't, like, on paper, they sound good. The problem is her as a destroyer is what I'm a little bit worried about there for that. I might as well get this to 10. I have so many of these things. I don't usually have to worry about AA gear. What do you, anything about you specifically? Firepower and accuracy up by 10. 40% chance 5 special barrage. Barrages they don't activate because it increases the ship's damage taken by 10%. Okay, so tanky.
では、指揮官さんのために続けましょうか。
10-second cooldown between activate. Okay, that's fair. She's CL, and that's based on AA power, which actually that's pretty good for CL stuff, isn't it? Borrow this from San Fran then, I guess. From all your games, which has better girls? I watched a bit of Blue Archive last time. I only regret not having the muscle girls front lines. Looks the best. My only this kind of goes into what I was saying earlier. So design wise, some of them look pretty. I really do like the elven theme. And actually, I think this is. I don't know if elves dress like this though. AL does kind of do AL things with the clothing, at least. It's just the way ALB is nothing bad. What gun do I put on you? Does it really matter? Put the fancy. Let's just put this on for no reason. Why not? Boost that firepower stat. Am I right? But yeah, I think the only thing that makes me a little bit sad is the characters don't get much development. So it's yeah, they're great, and you can read their personality through voice lines, but it's one of those things where it's after that, a lot of them just disappear, and you're left with just their bare minimum of a personality, which is a little saddening at times. In the Torp slot. Oh, she just goes hard AA. Okay, that's interesting. That actually doesn't sound bad then, because if she heals based on how much does she heal for at level 10 on Vulcan Blessing? The ship in your fleet with the lowest. It's 10-second cooldown, but on areas with a lot of aerial attacks, this is actually a really nice character because she'll constantly heal. Especially there's a bunch of aircraft. I'm gonna get a health kit for you, and then I'll level it if I have to. Nope, I don't need to. Well, I guess I could do this. You know what? I'm just gonna play into that then. Let's just do it. Let's play into it. I don't have a really good another pair of them. I could just take these then, I guess. She's S and AA. Yeah, that'll do it. 300 already pretty good. Alright, I think everyone is equipped. Sorry how that took that long, but welcome to equipping characters in this game. You don't need this. I'm gonna sacrifice this for Beaver. Well, that's not really a sacrifice, to be honest. Beaver's just gonna speed this team up for boss fight. Alright. Should be fine. Oh, me officers. Bottom team is battleship head. Wait. Fritz. Did I level? I was gonna say, I did not level you. I did not equip you. I was like, wait a minute. No, Fritz, I don't think I equipped you. I'm glad I, what do I put on you? You have 200 firepower. Is that worth? This is the team with Anchorage and Bremerton, which Eagles are decent at anti-air. By default. I've got Hyuga and... who else was with this? Akashi. Akashi has good, decent AA. Well, at least I've got her kitted that way. Is there any... I actually have rarely not used Fritz, so I need to look at this then. Nothing special there. Oh. Yeah, that looks like... that looks... I just saw that, and I was like, yeah, no. I'm gonna put that on her. Do I have one of those? Yeah, I have one of these guns I use. You're not in play. Since you're also heavy, you're a carrier. Yoink this off Hornet for now. Yeah, I'll have to figure out what I want to do with that. Oh, God, I remember I haven't used these in forever. Oh man, when was the last time I used your? I remember this grouping. I don't hate Hyuga because at least she somewhat interact. Why did I have this on there? Oh, because never mind. Hey guys, should I put these on? No. Welcome to the the OGs of aviation battleships. You know, back when doing that was seen as a why did you do this? Well, actually, Hyuga's was fine. I think Hyuga was the one that got away with it though, just because of her kit. I would like to have a better weapon, actually. You know what? Just take House Thing. I want you to hit like a truck. Cause not that you don't hit like a truck. The downgrade retrofit. Yeah. It's just Hyuga counteracted it though with melee artillery. Like all of the aviation battleships back then, like they lost their. Didn't they lose like a gun too or something? I forget what the actual thing. What did this retrofit do? Hang on, where was this? This right here. Yeah, see, they lose a main gun. The main gun gets slightly better. The auxiliary weapon disappears and it becomes a reconnaissance plane, which is already like a huge loss. But, and like, so this was like the big, like, major L for this group. Hyuga just counteracted this problem with melee artillery. Because while all the other aviation battleships had to deal with a really crappy plane, Hyuga was the girl that got a really crappy plane, but also a shotgun. A very deadly shotgun. So she still did just fine with that. Doesn't matter who I'm using here. I probably don't need subs. Fine, we'll put them in. Except you need to be Mary Celeste. I do not separate my girls. And I gotta put these in because that's just how it is. But yeah, like, for BVVs back then, it was really kind of an oof. Just one big, massive oof. Alright, now I can actually start. Took me that long to do all this. This is the combat team, yes. You girls are the exact same level. You can tell what they do with... Really tell what they do with them these days by looking through some. Yeah, well that's the thing. Like back then, I don't think they really knew what to do with that type of battleship back then. I'm not surprised you're hard carrying. I wanted just somebody to tank a bit better. Forgot how good Azul music is. It's alright. The game isn't it's not a like I think I don't usually put up if I'm gonna listen to music from a gacha game, it's more than likely not Azur Lanes I'm listening to. They have a lot of competition. I think the most common one is probably Arknights. Blue Archive has good ones too, but I'm usually listening to Blue Archive for different reasons. How was the story? Not too bad. Blue Archives is pretty good too, but I'm usually listening to it for like the main goal is I'm trying to look for songs to work with for like my project videos I do. Because Blue Archives special like if I want a theme to kind of just like thoroughly enjoy listening to, then yeah, it's probably gonna be Arknights. But if it's ones I'm trying to find like good dialogue music for, it's going to be Blue Archive. Arknights is just hard to compete with.
進みましょう。後ずさることなく
Play BBB, so you can look at that too. Oh, I haven't. That's right. I forgot. Blue Archive, Nikkei, and ZZZ. I've not really heard any of Nikkei's music. I've heard snippets of it, but that's really about it.
勝利はたった一回の
It's always an underrated spear. They have good tracks. Like, I think, like, a lot of the Full Scales tracks were pretty good. Harvard Dawn's Rhyme had some good tracks in it.
進みましょう。
Some of Operation Siren had some good tracks.
蘇って
Snow Realm Peregrination had some good tracks in it. It's actually kind of cool seeing the little orbs flying. But, like, it's not as much as the others. Almost a lot of, I think what I really like the most about, like, how Blue Archive does its music is they're not necessarily just focusing on, like, action and boss themes and stuff. They're actually, like, heavily focused on, like, good dialogue tracks.
勝利に向けて高らかに進撃せよ。
Arknights have some good ones too, but Blue Archives generally outclass Arknights in terms of those. But if I'm looking for a good battle theme, it usually 9 times out of 10 is Arknights. So like, oh gosh, I can think of 2 off the top of my head that are really good ones. Actually 3 technically. I liked Lone Trails is pretty good for Arknights. Jessica Alter's boss theme goes pretty good, is just really hard to, you know, put down. You've got Ilsir Kusano's boss theme. I forget what that one's called.
進みましょう。後ずさる
But like, they have some really good boss tracks.
蘇って
Hey, wrong guy. Yep, currently farming the event. Seeing how it's gonna go.
一致が高いな。早く終わりますよ。これ
The
でど
level
う
100 and 200 wall is a bit of a pain. Oh. Alright, I did see that you can get to like level 200 in Nikkei, which is crazy. Yeah, like,
勝利は
I'm like trying to like when in writing the video that I'm doing, it's like I'm trying to piece together like some of the better things about Azur Lane over other games, and like looking at like how other games handled those particular fields. That, you know, of the ones that I've played, mind you. I do make references to a few other games, like for small bits, but I don't know them enough to really be like, oh yeah, well this game does it like this. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know that.
一致が高いな。早く終わりますよ。
But it's like, keeps going. That just keeps going. Oh, jeez. Okay. But yeah, like, I think really the one thing, if I had to say one thing that Azur Lane excels in, is probably their live 2D work. I don't think most games can beat them on that. Like, they put a lot of effort into the live 2D work that they do.
同志たち、勝利に向けて高らかに進撃せよ。
But I'm like sitting there thinking like what else they could be decent at, but I think that's really just like their strongest suit, really. They do have the better gacha, I guess that is true, but the problem with that style of gacha is I think people were saying it's not profitable. But yeah, like, I think everything, like, a lot of other aspects of AL, I think they generally lose to most games. Which is sad,
勝利に向けて
but
高らかに進撃せよ。
that's a point I'll address more in the video I'm working on anyway. But yeah, like, like, the more I've been, like, really sitting down and writing out that script, the more I've been, like, looking at AL from a very critical lens, and then also looking at how other games, like, I've played do. So I'm even pulling ones that I don't necessarily play as often. So, like, I'm looking back at, like, what I remember about Alchemy Stars. I'm looking back at, You know, I'm looking back at my experiences with Genshin. I'm looking back at, I mean, granted, it's not great to necessarily look at 3D games too much, but there's some points that I could definitely take from the 3D games like Exilium and Genshin. In ALSH, it makes sense for most games have better mechanics, to be fair. Well, it's not the better, it's partially better mechanics. It's more, it seems like they just stopped trying. Like, I don't really, like, most of the mechanics of the game aren't super over-the-top complex or anything. Like, you'll have all of these, like, here, if I just, can I just stick with the same team I had, or am I using a new fleet? Oh, it slightly changes it every time. I hate it. I hate it. It's fine, because I can get, at least it tries to resolve it, which is nice. I need a good BBBC. I'm just gonna put Repulse in, because I know she's equipped. I want to speed through this at this point. Ingraham is leveled. What's a tanky CL? That's like hard to. I guess Cleveland class is tanky. Yeah, I'll just bring Cleveland for this. And then I want to switch you out for Little Anchorage. Teams are the same. Should be fine. Yeah. My officers are still set. Good. Gotta go. Thanks for the stream. I'll see you next time. Alright, see you, SCP. Have a good one. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever done CRPGs. I will definitely say a new gacha game will be played on Monday. I've been thinking about that one for a while. And I've seen enough that I'm like, yeah, it looks pretty fun. I will leave that be as a teaser, though. People will see that announcement sooner or later. But come on, it's so bloated. When you compare some of the aspects of Genshin versus Azur Lane, Genshin does beat AL, and it is a sad thing to note. Because the argument I make is it's an improvement from 0 is an improvement. I have no idea what ETE Chronicle is. I like how this music hasn't really changed. Like, even on the combat, it's the same theme. But yeah, like, I'll give you an idea, I guess. Like, this is one thing I can at least say about Genshin versus this. So, the point I was making about characters earlier. Azur Lane's characters are starting to fall into a nasty trend of a mile wide but an inch deep. And that, what I mean by that is they don't get time to really develop as characters. And really, like, once they're outside, once you leave the event that they're a part of, so like in this case right now, with the Tulipa faction, once you leave this event, they don't get much time. They might get more in the future because they're a new faction. They're probably going to play with the new faction more. But like characters like Fritz's roommate's group, they appeared in the event and then they never came back. That's just kind of the bigger issue. Where it becomes more evident is when you start looking at how characters are. The whole way. Oh, I'm sure it doesn't. Like the boss fight probably changes it. But yeah, where it becomes more evident is how the games develop their characters. So it don't necessarily have to be in story. And Blue Archive is a very good example of this with their Momo Talks. So the Momo Talks for the characters individually. I just saw the X that appeared that landed on Zellen's face there. Look at what I sent you. Oh, okay. What the heck? Oh, that is so goofy. But yeah, Blue Archive is a good example of what they do with their, like, giving their characters more love after the event that they come from, because the Momo Talks give you that time to get more familiar with the character. And Genshin does this too with hangouts and or even full-out quest lines. Azur Lane has memories. Chappie just got hers and she's like 4 or 5 years old. We have very few memories that come out for the characters. So the best you're going to get out of experiencing these characters is going to be their short-lived time in the story and the lines you get from their skins. Other than that, there's nothing else. Granted, that's partially a problem with how Azur Lane does events. So they release 4 or 5, sometimes 6 characters per event, which is a lot compared to other gacha games. I think Blue Archive does like 2 or 3 on some events. I think sometimes it's 1 or 2. Arknights usually has like 4-ish, 3, 4, depending on if there's like a welfare. Genshin usually has 2, maybe 3 if there's a 4-star. But it's like you have all of those aspects that work against AL there. But that's kind of... So it is in a way a problem with AL. And that like a good number of these characters won't see as much development and you won't get a feel for their personalities outside of what you'll get from skins or the story themselves, which kind of sucks. Doesn't add hangouts anymore, unfortunately, but yeah, I agree. Yeah, but yeah, the point is there's love and there's additional care and love for the characters that are the little thing that appears on her nose. There's more love and care for the characters that extends beyond the time that they spend in the events. A lot of games do that. I don't know Nikkei well enough. I know there's consultations. I don't know how in-depth those are. But Arknights has operator files. It does have a bit more involved with the characters. Like there's the operator files themselves. There's a little, I think, dialogue they sometimes get that comes out, I think, with their Paradox Sin. I'm trying to think what other games. Like I said, Blue Archive has Momo Talks. Those are probably the best examples of any really good character development outside of events, especially with characters like Mika, for example. Like I said, Genshin has hangouts and quest lines. I don't know if they're going to add any more, but they still did a pretty good job with them. I'm trying to think what else I can think off the top of my head that works for this. Exilium, I think, has a lot of doll-based files. I haven't looked at any of them yet, but I know that's something that I think you unlock a bunch of them through the like raising affection for them. So it's like, and some of them could be like full-fledged dialogue scenes. They have some side stories of side consultation and some little stories of no. But yeah, like, that's what I mean. Like, when it comes to actually character development, Azur Lane unfortunately takes the, like, miles wide but inch deep approach, which sucks for the individual characters themselves, whereas other games tend to give more in-depth feel to the characters themselves. So the one thing I would say for this, if I did have to make a suggestion, it doesn't have to be every character that comes out, but release more memories. It can be, you can go SR and UR only if they don't have that much time, or they can just do, like, if it's a UR event, they can just do the UR. But like, it sucks that these characters come out and then there's nothing more to them outside of that. Like, there are characters in this game that I really wish got memories that don't have them, and ironically, even more so when you consider that their siblings have memories and they don't. Prince Eugen is a very good example of that. So it's like, it's very unfortunate. So that's why I say, like, you have to look at, like, other aspects of the game and see how could you improve those, or look at how other gacha games do it and what they're doing. I'm not saying that Azur Lane needs to become like these games, but it's more of, I don't feel they're doing much for their game outside of their bread and butter. So that's kind of why I have a very negative view of AL right now, which kind of sucks. Ichi Kayako goes from, oh, they care, and they're basically into, oh, they're close to Kayako's new skin to get a room already in dress. I mean, you can say like there's a huge amount of character development through the alternate forms for Izuna. That's a very good one too. Like her normal form, then her swimsuit form. You can clearly see the character development between those two Momo talks. Just kind of waiting for a York sound. But yeah, like, the point of this video that I'm working on is going to be critical towards the game. I might be a little bit mean on some of the things I say, but at the same time, you know, there are so many things AL could do better. And as much as I would love them to be able to take that feedback and act on it, I don't know if they will, and that's what concerns me the most. Obviously, it wasn't that strong. That isn't that strong. Yeah, it's not. That argument fell apart very quickly when they stopped the historical accuracy, which was pretty much like the first major actual event of the game. So, like, 2 months into Azur Lane's like release for global, that was already shattered. So, but yeah, I'm a little. There's also like, there's been a lot of things I've been like thinking about more, and even other like, Azur Lane isn't the only game that I'm critical of. Like, I'm sure probably you guys have noticed I probably analyze things a lot more on other streams as well. That SAP against the carrier, though. Ouch! SAP is really good against medium armor for Battleship, right? I think that just annihilated that carrier siren. Has at all reached out to... No. And that's kind of something else I've noticed too. It's not a huge negative, because that, I mean, Yostar might have other things they're concerned with, and that's fine. But what is sad is, this is kind of something I've been made aware of over time, is that for some reason, I'm treated like, I always feel like I'm a golden child among all of the CCs. Like, a lot of the other CCs have kind of told, like, I'm talking like YouTube creators, not like artists and whatnot. But like, back when we had a pretty good large group of content creators still, and we have a decent group, but it's a much smaller one than it used to be like a couple years ago. Like, we've definitely had some major departures, some just vanished. It's kind of sad, really, but one thing I've definitely been made aware of as I've talked with a lot of them is AL has like the people that manage AL in the global space, which is mostly Yostar people, seem to be treating everybody very differently from me. I'm not trying to allege anything, but it is definitely something I've noticed. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but it's definitely something that has me a little bit concerned, because I don't feel like, I will definitely say Arknights is, how Arknights works with its content creators is really nice. I think that's something. Oh, that's the game? It was like game? I think what Arknights does with its content creators is really nice. It's probably something I think a lot of gacha games should really take advantage of. But Azur Lane does not do that at all. Which is a little sad, to be honest. Well, if it work, I leave a lot of channels and I mean, you talk to people in your streams. Pyro Falco talk to people in stream and are funny and most. Hang on. I mean, you talk to the people in stream. You and is Pyro Falco somebody else? I'm not sure if that was a typo or if you're referring to somebody else. I don't know a lot of creators, so apologies if it's somebody. That is another creator. But yeah, like, I worry about that because it's like, I don't know how much they're going to pay attention to feedback. Which, I know the game is old and that's okay, but still. You know, if the devs aren't reaching out, then, you know, a lot of, like, feedback gets missing. Or goes unnoticed. No, YouTube creator, you are a funny guy, make me laugh and have a nice time. Sorry, I was gonna go. No, it's fine. That's why I was just asking. I wanted to make sure I understood. Yeah, I was gonna say, Repulse is gonna hard carry that.
よし勝ったよ
Well, like, my only, like, the thing I can at least give Azur credit on is that they are at least willing to... Oh, I could put Fritz back in. I'm gonna do that, because Fritz needs the XP more than my Repulse meta, who's level 125. If I could just find where Fritz is. Wait, what? Is there... Oh, that's BBBC. Never mind, you have to stay there. CLDD... Yeah, nothing changes. Like, AL, the reason I'm willing to do this video is because I know AL has at least talked to people. This is a hundreds versus level 70s. We'll try it. I'm gonna be worried about my girls here. They have 30 level difference. That's well, it's already max damage boost against them. Oh yeah, they're already getting pretty hurt. I need Volga here at this point. Yeah, Volga heals, but it's slow. I have to wait up the timer. Maybe I need to drag it out more. Honestly, it might not be, well, at this point. This team, I'm gonna have you go over here. I'm gonna use my boss fleet to attack them. They'll be fine. They have Akashi, so they get the bonus ammo. This team will be fine. I hope Azur doesn't end like, well, stagnating. Well, the thing is, Azur really is kind of stagnating. Like, if you think about where they spend the majority of their time and effort in, and then you realize all the other parts of the game that exist, yeah, it's their bread and butter, but it, you know, it still is in a way stagnation. Yeah, no, it already is. What is the stream plan next week? Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Wednesday might be Arc Nights. Friday is already known. Monday is the game I will reveal probably on Sunday. I kind of want to keep that one a fun little secret for now. Just for this, not that it's like a huge suspense or anything, but I will say it is definitely in the mainstream for 3D games. So I will leave it there. That does narrow down the choices. I feel like they should be able to handle this better. I am not gonna confirm or deny any names right now. Okay, not Genshin. Volga, are you not set up right for healing? Thanks, you make me sad. Well, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be the type of person that is gonna be more. VR chat's not a gacha game. Well, if you consider the stages as each of the maps as you don't know what you're gonna get, then maybe, but that's a stretch. I would rather be the person that tells you it straight out rather than like be like, nah, it's fine. You don't have to worry about anything. No, I would tell you straight up. I'm not gonna doom post or anything, but I'm definitely not gonna be the one that like hold my tongue or anything. I just love it deeply. That game is popped off. That is terrifying. When I was looking at the revenue charts, I saw that game at the top. I was like, holy crap! I know nothing about the game, but to see it like doing that well is terrifying. Granted, I don't think it beats the #1, which everyone knows what that one is. That one I don't think is ever going to change, unless somebody... I feel like if a game beats Genshin in revenue, I would be amazed. Truth kind of hurts. It does, but I feel better saying the truth than I do, you know, white lying. I'm not saying that we have to start doom posting or anything. That's the last thing I want this game to do. But we at the same time have to address two things. One, you know, you have to start looking at the game in a more realist sense. And we kind of have to stop toxic positivity a little bit. That is a major problem this game has. From what me being more vocal about how I feel with the game has revealed a lot of more toxic positivity than I thought I would ever see. Which is a bummer, but it is what it is. Total revenue over... Oh no, just monthly reports. I think Genshin still pulls like 30-40 million. I need to do all the enemy. Yeah, I still need to do that run. The nice thing is once I get past this, I can get away with... Yeah, not doing the elites there is huge for them. Has interesting content. I know nothing about it, so I can't say anything. Does Honkai Star Rail even beat Genshin in revenue? I don't think they do. I think Genshin is like a breakaway first. Like, I don't think there's a close second. Like, I know Love and Deep Space is doing well, but I don't think they catch Genshin. Actually, let me see. What was I looking at the 30 mil? Oh, wait, no! Genshin's not first. Right, Genshin isn't first. They actually are third. Never mind. Oh, okay, no, never mind. The first place is... Wow, actually, Love and Deep Space is closer than I thought they'd be. Genshin was in first place, and they had a pretty good lead against a lot of the other ones. Love and Deep Space blew them out of the water. But the one that beats Love and Deep Space is the Pokemon TCG game. I completely forgot about that. Wuthering Waves beats Genshin. No. Genshin wins 3-2. Roughly. Actually, almost... No, I'm gonna say 3. Actually, no. More like 1-2. So, like, Genshin is 2 times the income. This is going off of this gacha revenue site that I pull up a lot. But no, if I'm looking at this now, here, let me put this on. Let me put this on the desktop so you guys can see what I'm looking at. So this is just for March, right here. And this is, you'll see sometimes it says global or combined. So this, for example, is all server instances. This is JP only, this is CN only, so on and so forth. So Genshin actually is third place at 39.8 mil. Wuthering Waves is at 21.6, so Wuwa doesn't actually beat it. Though I do hear this game does really well. Zen is actually... Zenless is doing okay. They're a little bit less than before, but I don't know what's going on there. Arknights is still holding relatively strong, even though they didn't make as much as last month, but I feel like this month they're gonna peak. There's a lot of people that like Vina Victoria, and then there's also Lapland and Vulpes that has come out. So they're probably going to have a better month this year. Or better month this month. Azur Lane, unfortunately, is down here at 6 mil. Now, 6 mil is still really good. 6 mil is still very solid for this game. The peak for Azur Lane, I think, was 31 mil. So, if you guys really want a good frame of reference for how good they're doing, let's go to December. Where is Azur Lane in December? This was Azur Lane's December revenue. That's pretty good. I mean, it's 50% of where they were on Shinano's, but that's still really solid for AL. Especially for a game as old as it is. AL's kind of low maintenance game. Oh, no, absolutely. But, like, AL's doing fine. especially with 50. Like, this is huge for them. Down 7 mil. Yes, but also remember, January and February are slow months for AL. So like you're gonna like February was their worst month I've seen in a while. But then again, I don't remember what they had. What were they doing in February? I don't think they had much going on in February. Also not included. That is true. But like 3.7 is probably I think the lowest I've ever seen them. And I think that's like I think from what was recorded, it's like the 4th lowest. Yeah, Chinese New Year, thank you. Which this I can understand being low, which is honestly fine because if you like I said, if you look back at December, like they went from November was 5.1 and then December went to 15.6. This front load right here for January, February is already pretty solid. Like that's already pretty good, but yeah. Like that's what I'm saying. That's why I think it's best I could safely assume AL is going to be fine. They will probably run out of content before they run out of funding. Unless for some reason they have a super disastrous couple of months. And I mean, like, it's just really bad. Like something akin to Microlayer Medley, but a month long. The early months of the year, people don't spend much on yeah, that is true. But it's also, like I was saying, for AL, January and February is a very slow couple of months. So this doesn't, like, as these numbers may be a little bit shocking compared to some of the others, but in all honesty, I expect these. So it's fine. What happened during Microlayer? I think a couple of servers on Global were down for like 3 days. And I remember that because the server I played on was affected. So I literally just could not play AL for 3 days. I mean, I could go to another server, but I couldn't really do much there. But yeah, I'm sure they'll be fine. AL will be fine on content. I'm not worried about that. They're going to be fine on funding and everything. I can't imagine server costs and everything being that expensive. Especially for a game that's raking in millions still. I see it, sorry, have a good one. I probably won't be on super much longer. That was SAP on Light. I don't actually know BB on that. Aurora was down. Yeah, I think it was Aurora and Sandy, if I remember. Both of those servers were just temporarily offline for extended periods of time. It sucked, too, because that was right at the release of Microlayer. So, like, everyone else that was on the other servers was able to start playing the event and grinding it out. Everybody, like myself and a lot of other people that were on Aurora and Sandy had to wait a couple of days before they could even do anything. So I think they ended up giving us like, we got like pretty huge currency rewards and everything, or like apologies for it. The conversation after that time sound. Oh, it was. No, it was absolutely nuts. They did a good job compensating for it. I think we got like 10k, I don't remember, I think it was like 10k some event currency just for that. Like, that's, like, going into that with 10k currency and not even having started the event yet is already pretty huge. Like, they made huge, like, I know people make the joke about apologems. Yeah, this was just an apologems got nothing on what they compensated those players for. Like, it was nuts. But yeah, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, unless they have disaster months, AL will be fine. The problem they have to deal with, though, is the way they're going about the game right now, which is really their biggest problem. Oh, Meta is bumping me. Oh, Meta is saying hello. What's happening in chat? You guys are kind of gloomy right now. Oh, did you come back? We're just talking about AL stuff. Mostly kind of like how I've been a little bit more critical and kind of looking at things. And kind of trying to be more realistic with things. I'm not necessarily doom posting or anything, so it's what it is. Did Sky win the lottery? Wait, why would Sky winning the lottery be gloomy? Oof. Has a 90% gross profit mark. Yes, it does. But the bigger, like I said, so my big claim I make is that their financial success masks the game's critical flaws. That's probably my big argument I make for AL right now. Financially, the game does well, but if you look at if you actually look at under the hood and look at everything compared to other games, you see a lot of issues that prevent the game from doing extremely well. This guy's just like, what did I do? I only committed a few crimes. Point five. Can we get the map drop? Map drop, please. Map drop. Map drop. Map drop, please. Map drop. He doesn't have to do it now. He only needed to do it that one time. Blast him. Actually, that's not gonna hurt as much, I don't think. Yeah, that was gonna be as much as I thought it would be. Bring out the subs. Let's have fun with them. Cannonball the Shork. Use it to Oathboard Shuttle. Nozzling, create your ship girl and choose a faction and allow you to play in the universe would be awesome. That would be kind of hard to really do though, if you think about it. Oh yeah, this is still lethal because I haven't done that yet. The good thing is though, I'm able to at least do auto if I wanted to here, and that means the elites don't move. But she's my starter. She's my starter. Yep. So, all right. 100 enemies. That. Oh, okay. I just got a whole bunch of these done. Got a pudding. All right. What are we missing? I need to do T3, the SP stage, and then I just need to clear stage 2 at a time and get a whole bunch of bookmarks, which is understandable. She's 8K, and then I need to collect a whole bunch for her. I'm sorry, I just really used that. I'm sorry, but you picked her wrong. What time is it? Oh, it's 24. What time is it right now? Should be fine. Alright, well this is the one I definitely won't use the girls on. And I'm definitely not going to bring Anchorage into this. What do you say for my advices? Why am I not surprised by any— Wow, Hugo still made it back in here. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna use— Let's go French backline on one of these. I'm gonna use some French backline. That's CV still. I'll do the SP and then I think I'll call it there. I'll bring Le French. Which includes their sister. All of the sisters are here. You don't need this, it's more the accuracy than it is anything else you'd be getting out of that. I'd rather just white shell you, honestly. Yeah, French. Well, if you consider the fact I'm a manual player and this plays more in my favor than other factions, then yeah. It's not legal. Okay, no, that one I will definitely say no to. I played that game once, I don't want to play that again.
ルトはかわいいかわいいお船たち。戯れたい時になぜか自然と集まってくれるし。
Tanka's Ganyu noises. Look, I'm slightly biased towards these three. I'm just ever so slightly biased. Bring the girls up. We're already bringing the girls. It's right here. Girls is right here. All right, what do we do? You know what? I'm just gonna do right from the start. I haven't used that comp in a while. That'll be the boss fleet because Lamau. Oh, she's cutting me back. Oh, get out of there. Don't go there. What are you gonna say now? Interesting choices. I see 3 girls as. Let's see where you're going with that. I'm actually gonna take Hyuga out, and we can just run in. I'm gonna bring Unicorn. I haven't used Unicorn in a while. And totally not overkilling here. Totally not. Why not? Let's SP. Let's just. We're here to send him a message. Literally. I don't think I need AA that badly. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not gonna care that much for that. I still prefer. I think some of the Wolf Pack is still good, but honestly, I am very biased towards the Pirate Girls. Well, you girls get Pound and Lime. And then you girls get Bismarck and Arc. And then I have to manually select this because you're only allowed 3 presets. French main fleet based. I'll say this is my rigged from the start team. Everything's preload. They will die very quickly, but that's the fun of it. Also Noshiro adorable. Alright, so boss fleet, mob fleet. I don't really need Helena but it's fine. This is definitely overkill, but you know what? It's fine. These teams are definitely going to guarantee that they take them out. Yeah, like there's a lot of. I think the biggest thing I really do hope for is they, you know, I can at least start a discussion around this stuff. Oh yeah, that went fast. I do at least hope that that's something I can do with this. Not that I want the. There are definitely some concerns I have at this point. Oh. Yeah, I was also front to sell a lot of Mer. Yeah, true. But, like... So, let me put it this way. If you're, merch is great. Being able to sell stuff that isn't necessarily in-game is also cool. Being able to score collaborations is also cool. My biggest concern is going to be, if the game has only fan service to offer... Because a lot of the other games in the market that we have to deal with for gacha games beats AO in almost every single one of them. Like, fan service being the only thing it offers doesn't really draw in players. So at that point, you're kind of mostly maintaining your current base than actually growing. You might grow a little bit because you'll draw attention. Like, for example, Kashino has definitely drawn quite a lot of attention. And I'm sure, you know, if you consider, the Kashino Twitter posts got like upwards of 30 million views on the tweet. Even if you consider 1% of those viewers to convert to players, that's incredible. So, like, in that case, they'll be, you know, that's fine there, but the issue I have is if the fan service is the only thing they have to offer, they're not going to be able to maintain. Like, they can attract new players, but they will probably lose them about if the game doesn't keep them entertained. That's like the rough part. So yeah, you might raise eyebrows and draw attention, both good and bad, because, I mean, let's face it, people get upset about fan service. Just because I necessarily don't like it doesn't mean I don't want it to be in the game. You know, I made a restaurant analogy on Twitter, which was basically like, yeah, it's good that you guys all have stuff, but there's something for me. I'll see myself out. We need more in-game content. I would say less in-game content, just better content in general, across the board. If it's in-game, that's great. If it's not, that's fine too, because, you know, not everyone's gonna be wanting to do in-game content all the time. So I would honestly prioritize what players are more likely to play than what a small faction of players would play. Like, I don't think everyone does the monthly Arbiter fights. I'm not gonna say who, but somebody in here has not reset Operation Siren. And I feel like if he says anything, he's gonna out-rat himself out. But I would rather the content that would be interesting and kind of inspired be something that the average player plays, not necessarily what the 1% or like the 5% or 10% of players that actually go through and do all the like super late game stuff. Who's that? I'm not saying. I'm not gonna say who could that be. I'm not saying. They know who they are, and I know they're in here. That's as much as I will say. But you guys get what I mean, right? Like, if there's gonna be, I want fresh content, but I want it to be stuff that everyone can at least enjoy. Not necessarily those that with like the high-end accounts that have like the pages upon pages of characters at 125 full gear. Because I would rather the general player base have something that's fun and entertaining for them, and then we could start talking about in-game. You're asking for a new game at this point. No, not really. No. So the big thing I would say, let me finish this run first. With events, like a good example of this, with events being separated from the event stages and the story, you have a potential to take your event stages and how your events work and build them and inspire them off of your story. Give them give them a more meaningful feel and experience for the events. They don't have to be super elaborate, but they can be interesting enough. Like I've talked about in the past, the Musashi event could have been a war game sim. You could have taken Fritz Rumes and turned it into like an interesting puzzle game of some sort. You know, do stuff like that. Take what you have existing in lore and use that to inspire the way you approach your event stages. That could be one way to make things more interesting for the content that the average player will experience. Frostfall was the attempt at a war. I wouldn't say that's a good war sim attempt, honestly. I would not say that's a good war sim. Nurse was also a boss rush. Yeah, Nurse was a boss rush. It was really weak though. And I don't think a lot of players are really that happy about like oh yeah, you have to run this stage this many times, but you only do it in bursts of 3, and then you have to change the buffs every time. Granted, after you completed that whole thing, you could do whatever you want, but it was still the case that you had to fully unlock everything if you choose to. You have to do this stage 3 times in this configuration, then switch the configuration, do it 3 times, then switch this configuration, do it 3 times. Like, nah. I didn't like that. It was a little tedious, but like there's things they can take from Operation Siren and apply them into event stages to make it more interesting. That's what I was thinking. Commander what? Nah, I feel like I've explained this like 3 or 4 times in other streams, and you might not have been there, so I don't fault you for that. So give me a second to let me finish this stage run, and then I'll tell you what I've told a lot of other people in the past. So for those that have heard this at least once or twice, I'm sorry, but I do want to make sure the QB here at least understands what my point here. You're gonna play a Souls game? I never got into Souls, like Dark Souls. I probably wouldn't mind it. I do like games that are challenging, but I never have tried them. I wonder how fast this boss is gonna get eliminated. Because literally everyone's going to be ready to fire off the get-go. Hello! Richard Lou finished it. Alright, cool. Yeah, you should play Hollow Knight. I've heard that's a good game. Alright, so let me... Alright, here you go, Kiwi. So what I mean by War Sim, what you could really do, and you could kind of take this, let me show you... I gotta figure out how this is. This'll do, but it's like this is a super old photo, but it'll work, I think. Okay, cool. So let me pull up OpSci here. So this is one of the things I say about OpSci, and that a lot of games do this. And let me explain this real quick. So you have the core concept of your game here. You know, you have your character on the stage, you move them around to the stage where they need to. They can go fight an enemy every now and then as they're going and exploring this map if they have to. That has been a part of the game ever since launch. What OpSci did, and what a lot of other gacha games have done, is added a micro component to it. So in this case, with OpSci, you have this world map, and there can be situations in certain zones, quests at certain zones. That's just the way OpSci was. Arknights has done something like this. Girls Frontline has done something like this. I don't know if Blue Archive has done anything for this yet, but this is something I've started to see a lot more in the games that I've played, is they add a macro component to it. So instead of making like no, I wouldn't want this to be like story stuff, because that would basically be trying to attach the story back into the game, which I don't want to do. So what I mean by War Sim is roughly, let's say you have this map here, and you win by taking a lot of, taking the most control over it and holding the ground. So what this ends up doing is it turns it into this. This is from Command & Conquer. And if, for those of you who remember, like, in between the actual battles, you had to pick stages to choose and fight at. So you keep the general mechanics of Azur Lane, but you put in this actual, like, military strategy kind of sim into it. And I think that would be a cool way to do that. Come to Brazil update. This is Africa. That's Africa. So you could do something like... But yeah, like, that's what I mean, is but like, treat each of these individual pieces here as basically this. You see what I mean? Like, the potential that Azur Lane has through Operation Siren is there. There is something here that can happen. Joke's on you, I'm blind. How are you typing right now, sir? But that's what this is what I was saying though, is like upside, there is a framework here that has potential. It just needs to be realized. They have something here.
Joke's on you, I'm Brazilian.
Conquer spots until you research and everything. Okay, I did not. I wasn't probably paying attention to that too much, which makes sense because Blue Archive is. I played that very casually. But I like how we have this like super dramatic music while I'm talking here. But like you have something really cool here with this basic framework. There is so much you can do with this. I feel like they could do so much more and have a lot more fun with this too. Is it gonna be perfect? I don't know. It takes probably a couple, like, I don't blame them if they don't get it right the first time. As long as they take the feedback and try to find a way to optimize or to refine it in a much better way, that's fine. I want to see them at least try again. All games are good games waiting to be realized, I think. Yeah, I mean, like, you look at it that way. There's a lot of things you, like, there's, what's a, ironically, the only reason I know about these two is because I hear about them in stories as of late. You never know how much a game can change if you tweak something and keep polishing it and trying things out and being willing to risk it, and that might change the game from the, ironically, these two games are the only ones I can think of, is the drug simulator game versus Schedule 1. You could find ways to make both, to make a game and refine it to become more like Schedule 1, or you stop trying and you leave it that way. That's not a hard one to think. I think they're just lazy. Well, so here's the problem I have. They have all of these things they can do, but I feel like they're simply focused on the bread and butter. I have no doubt in my mind. I've played Schedule 1. No, I have not played Schedule 1. I don't even have it on my Steam. I've thought about it because it actually, like, watching people play it, it does look fun, even though, like, the stuff in that game I would probably never do, but hey, you know what? It's a video game. Do whatever you want. You want to be the evil man in Fallout that pickpockets people and puts a grenade in it and laugh as they explode? Knock yourself out. If you want to be the guy that runs around with the baseball bat and sends people flying around in Fallout 4, then you could also do that too. There's a lot of goofy things you can do. But my biggest concern here is they have this bread and butter, which works, and they're trying things that are relatively safe. Because, yeah, they have these things. Cool, they could put it into it if they want to. The people that will like it will like it. It'll probably get a little bit of, like, attention. And I'll be fair. I will be fair. Sirius is at 10. Will this even run, though, is the question. The problem I have with this is, as much as I love it, one, I don't think a lot of players are going to be playing this, even if it's like for 5 minutes. Even though Cirrus right here is absolutely adorable. Look at this girl. I'm stuck on a furniture. Oh, I'm stuck on a table. Look at this girl. Even though she's adorable, I don't think that many people would probably play this thing. One, because I already hear enough complaints about this when it comes to game file size. But, like, that's kind of why I feel like this is a safe thing they could do for the fun of it. If it doesn't work for players, it's fine. I mean, they're not probably going to do anything with it anyway. I definitely don't. Fair. Go to bed. Wait, who are you telling to go to bed? Oh, wait, no, I see what you're talking about. There's also Project Identity, which I like this a lot. I honestly feel like if they do a third rendition, the difficulty needs, or like the way that they play out, should be somewhere between these two. Because this is too streamlined at the point where there's no real, it's a lot easier to clear than this one is. This one you actually kind of have to fully commit to a plan, whereas this one is just like, I can just do this and it'll work out. This one felt too easy. This one felt too hard. Right in the middle would be fine. But yeah, again, cool concept. I like this a lot. I don't know that many people that are going to play this, and if they are playing it, they're probably speedrunning through it just so they can have the secretaries. I don't think they cared that much, because you have to also look at it from the point of, not everyone's going to be reading everything. You also probably can't speak for CNCP. Exactly. It is, it's hard for me to explain, but from the global perspective, I think there is at least some merit there. Do call me out like that. I actually wasn't thinking of you on that, but okay. Way to rat yourself out. But the thing, like, I kind of feel, yes, these are nice little additions. There's a lot of people I know that hate this thing because of how much file size it takes. I don't know how many people are playing this. I like both of these. I think they're great. Unfortunately, I would like the development time spent on these to be more towards the actual core components of the game. Because this is kind of more... like, there's two types of innovation in gaming. There's gameplay, like actual gameplay innovation, which is like what Operation Siren is. And then there's IP innovation, which is basically just taking IP, or I guess spin-off is another word for that. Taking the IP and just going with something completely different. And that's what Private Quarters and Project Identity are. They've done both of these. And so there'd be a 3D farming chibi. Yeah, like, that's weird. I don't get that. But yeah, like, I would love to see them... That song is coming. I'd love to see them harness the potential of this mode and expand upon it in other ways that make it more interesting. I'm sure not a lot of players might play it still, but that's just the way that games are. Probably, I don't think that many people take this game that seriously. But seeing them try things out again and find ways to make their core game more fun, I think would be cool. Another thing I would also definitely find interesting. This is kind of boring. I'm not gonna lie. This is probably the most boring thing for grinds there is. Mostly because of these two. This is just run stage. That's it. Yeah. I'd like this to be something more. I don't know what, because I can't think off the top of my head. The one thing I will definitely say that would be cool for them to try would be, I think I've talked about this. In Guam's event, there was the data salvaging thing. They could make a minigame around it, either for this or for the welfare UR that we get on certain events when they do 2 URs at once. Like, I would prefer the grinds not just simply be grind stage X number of times. Find ways to make it more interesting. What if we use product identity mechanics to unlock PR ship growth? No, because... well... I was originally going to say no because the playthrough could be like 8 hours. And I don't think people have the ability to sit still for 8 hours. Or at least play it in bursts to accumulate 8 hours. Then I thought about Navi and I'm like, that's like 3-4 hours. That's probably more doable, but it's still the fact that people have to sit there and do it for a bit. I don't know. I mean, if they could find a way to make that work, maybe, but I don't know. That feels too weird to kind of put those two together. But yeah, the main thing I'm saying is they have so many things in their story they could absolutely expand on, and I would love to see them do that. Depending on how we raise them, that'd be their personality. That would be weird, though, because you could, like, could you imagine, like, 3-4 different personality types on Admiral Nakamov? Like, the amount of voice line work they'd have to do to represent each of the personalities, all of that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's a bit ridiculous. I personally, I can't. Well, yeah, like, it's possible, but that is a lot of work.
maybe a not so psychotic rune. Yes, that's what I want to see. A tame rune. I feel like people's brains would short circuit at that. Or a very what is it? A very proud Ibiki or something. I don't know what the right word, but she's perfect as is. Hey, I didn't say it. How about an Ara anchor? I would be... Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. That would probably terrify me more than anything. Because I am already used to how she is. I don't want to hear her all of a sudden just saying that and I'd be like... I would probably, like, jump out of my chair and run out of the room levels of scared. But yeah, like, there's a lot of, I think there's gonna be some interesting things they could do with PR grinds. I don't think they necessarily need to completely revamp it, because too much change is gonna definitely, like, be like, whoa, chill. Did I actually have exactly 29? I did, that's funny. I haven't converted the special, like, PR5 stuff yet. EP Anchorage. I feel like that's not too different from how she is, weirdly enough. But I would love to see, like, that kind of stuff a bit more. Like, finding ways to make the grinds more interesting than simply just do this X number of times. Or whatever, however many times 2.4 million XP is needed. Or is given. So it's like, that kind of stuff would be cool. Like, and also, here's something I would also love. Metas. Memories for metas would be insane. Because you could have so much fun and so much creative freedom writing backstories for these characters. We don't know that much about them in the first place. But this would be so cool to see memories or something that gives these characters more, oh, what happened in her arc? What happened to Bismarck and Gneisenau on Meta's universe? Or what happened to Rodney to make her the way that she is? We get little tidbits and pieces from their lines. I'd love to see these fleshed out more. But that could mess up future events, I think. It could. Very true. Very true. But I would love to see these characters get, like, it could just be they need to be more involved in the story. That's fine. I would just like to see these characters have more backstory. I have not really enhanced, like, limit broken that, or whatever it's called, symbolic activation, I think. These characters, now that I'm looking at all, I'm like, man, I have not really put much into any of them yet. But yeah, like, I want to see what they could do with this. I think, like, because, like, if I were looking at this from my perspective as, like, I do like writing. I'm more of a script writer than I am, like, a creative writer, though I could technically still do it. I have ideas that I could implement to this stuff, but, like, I would be looking at these metas and being like, oh, this would be so much fun to think through. Because, like, you could find a way to give, like, I'm sure there's a way you could reveal their backstory without, like, spoiling anything from the main storyline. There are so many ways you could do that. Rodney Meta, I have become Death, Destroyer of Universe. Literally deletes an entire universe. But their backstories would be pretty damn depressing or traumatizing. They would be, but you would, I would still, like, even if it's a dark or depressing story, I would still like to know what happened to them. Why Memphis is a absolute emotional wreck. You know, that kind of stuff. Or, you know, what happened with Kirov and Pamiat.
They're right next to each other, ironically. We know, so ones that I am perfectly okay with not having are OG types, because they're tied to the event story. So like, that's probably what, Helena, Wichita, that would be, what's her name? Split face girl, where the heck she is. Kimberly. Hiryu, I think? Takao, Enterprise. Those ones, I'm fine them not getting a memory, because they're probably too important to the actual game's story, that I would rather the event story explain it than actually, like... But, like, characters that are Battle Pass metas, I think Fortune was one of those, Fuso is one of those, Junyo and Hyo, I think were both one. There's a good number of them that I don't know the list off the top of my head, because there's so many now I don't remember which ones are which. I think actually it's just all the elites now that I think about it. Never mind. I think, well, yeah, no, that makes sense. But, like, you could build off of a lot of these. Nevada, good point. All the purples are Battle Pass. Not necessarily. Is that true? Oh no, I think that is, because U556 is yeah, she's SR. Never mind. Yeah, that is true. Okay, but yeah, like that's what I mean is like they from a character development perspective, they could have a lot more fun with these metas. I think that would be cool. But yeah. I would, and like I said, generally, I would love to see more memories for these characters. They don't have to go hard on the memories. It's fine. You can leave my project to that. I'm okay with that. You know, if my project ends up being where like the memories get expanded upon, I will be happy with that. If it just means more memories come out, that's fine by me. But yeah, like there's, like I said, there's a lot of things that they could definitely do better on, and that's why I'm gonna do the 2 videos. Only goals are showdown. Yeah. I had to think about that for a second. I was like fairly certain one of them wasn't, but then I thought about it more. I was like, no, it's not, because I was thinking Hatakaze for some reason, but then I remembered she was Battle Pass. I need Azur Battle Royale. No. I don't want Battle Royale. I see enough of that game already. I'm already sick of it. I haven't even played it. You are Metaship event. I'm kind of terrified for when that happens. But yeah, like, I want to see what they do. I would love if I could if the ideas I give them mean something and they actually find something to work with. If they don't, well, I'm a little bit bummed, but you know. I'm gonna be I would probably be more upset if AL just decided to stay the course that they're in right now. Yes, I know it finances their game. I would love to see them do things to make the game more interesting than what it is. Because right now it just feels like the only thing they care about really is fan service. All of the effort goes into the live 2D skins or the dynamic skins or the base art or that kind of stuff. And even then, like they've done things like little narrative dissonance. I think the biggest thing I dislike out of the newer characters that came out recently is you have Essex's design, you have Intrepid's design, Ticonderoga, Shangri-La, Bunker Hill, and then Franklin. Franklin looks so different from the rest of the Essex class, it kind of makes me sad. She does have the color palette, and it does show a little bit, but the way that she was drawn and designed is so dramatically different from the rest of them. Like Franklin. I got a razor, but I'll do that later. But yeah, it makes me a little bit like these kind of designs. I think Santa Fe is the same way. She doesn't look anything like the rest of the Cleveland class. And I know we were somewhat annoyed with that when it came to Anson. No, that's torpedo protection. Yeah, the torpedo balls, Hipper could use those. But no, like,
you know, I just sit there and look at what you know, how upset the community was over Anson, and I'm sure there's more than one reason why they didn't like Like, it was such a dramatic shift from KGV class. But I look at, like, Santa Fe, and Cleveland class, I look at Franklin and Essex class, and I'm like, this is kind of the same thing, not on the same scale, but it's still, like, it's like a smaller step than the huge step that was Anson. Every ship has the same body type. No, it doesn't need to be the same body type. Like, I'm not saying that they... Oh, wait, are you talking, like, the Unga Bunga Big Booba, as the meme goes? The Unga Bunga. Or neuron activation, whatever. Has outliers. Fair. You know what? That's a fair point. I can give you that one. Because Biloxi is quite different from that.
まだ忙しくて長く
But yeah, like, I guess I didn't really think about Biloxi there, so, but like, when you look at a lot of the other ones, they're very, you know, there's at least some similarities between a lot of them that Santa Fe did not reflect at all. And I still, well, Biloxi doesn't really have, let me look at Biloxi here.
まだ忙しくて長く手を
Yeah,
離
she is
せられ
very
んが
different. Maybe not, I don't know. Maybe let's case that one for her there. But like, it's a common trend though, because you've got like, if you look at Atlanta class, for example, there's a consistent design there for the most part. Like, you know, they have the similar color palettes to them. They don't need to have the same body shape or anything like that. It's just the color palette and general scheme and design are things I would like. St. Louis and Helena. No, that's... Well, no, St. Louis and Helena, aren't they the... Aren't the two of them the same? I'm trying to remember. Aren't they? I don't remember. I'm pretty sure they are, because they have the exact same, like, color scheme design versus their other ones. Yeah, I was gonna say, they're the same class. But I think he was referring to the other ones that they're... Well, there's a Brooklyn class, which is, very different. Yeah. Well, a little bit. They're not that different. Like, if you look at Brooklyn, you see they got the gold, you got the white strip with the gold pins there. You know, and then you look at, like, I'll just look at Lewis. I think Lewis has it. Yeah, you can see it here too. White strip, yellow buttons there. So they have some essences that are very similar to Brooklyn. There may be a subclass and all, but like, you know, they're not too far. It's fine if like subclasses are a little bit different. If like, I'm pretty sure they're consistent, aren't they? Yeah, they're consistent here too. I don't think we see the... Oh, we see it here too. There's the white strip and the gold buttons there too. So it's like there's certain things, like that's like them being subclasses, it's fine that they have some traits, but they can be their own thing. And I actually do think that that's something that's nice there. But like when you look at Brooklyn class, it's fine. I think they get away with that a bit more too. But like when you look at... Yeah, I guess I think about it, Santa Fe may not necessarily be the best argument because Biloxi. Because Biloxi can be different. But yeah, it is what it is. So, anyway. I know I've been... Yeah, what's it called? Yapping as I usually do. So. I guess this is what you guys were saying. We could do all this stuff. But people were asking questions, so it is what it is. Anyway, tomorrow I will be doing some more of the usual streams for, what's it called? Paper Mario. We'll be doing Glitzville, which is, Chapter 3. No, yapping about ship is fine. No, don't worry. I do need to hop off, though, because it is midnight, and I still do have to work in the morning. So. Yawn. But yeah, I will be doing some more Paper Mario stuff tomorrow. The silly song from Glitzville will be back, of course. I might still try to listen to some of the other tracks before I get that anyway. If you want to look at a clear, inconsistent design with Cleveland class, look at Houston. Wait, what? Oh, Houston, right. I don't think I have her. Do I? No, I don't have Houston yet. Hang on. Yeah, I don't have Houston too. This, not unacquired. Yeah. Oh, I can't look at her full design. It's fine. Yeah, chapter 15, exactly. Yeah, I've not bothered with endgame because that's just, I've not really had the time to sit down and do it. Because I've been thinking of other things. But yeah, it's more apparent on the newer ones. Like the new, like I said, we had Anson that got like immediately rejected and thrown out. I feel bad for the artist behind that character, but at the same time, I don't know what to do about that. Another good example, well, actually, Constellation is pretty far from her sisters, isn't she? Hang on, let me look at Constellation. Am I blind? Or am I dumb? Hang on. Am I blind or dumb? BC, yes, thank you. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Trying to think, what was the Constellation again? I'm trying to remember. Actually, wait, never mind. What am I comparing Constellation to? I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, wait a minute. Hang on. I think I meant to say Constellation. Give me a second. I'm trying to remember who I was talking about here. Lesson and Saratoga are at least consistent. Is it because they're... Am I thinking right? Hang on. Oh no, she is wait, really? I am so lost. I need to look at the history of Constellation then, because she's a BC here and it says carriers. Yeah, that's what I was like, she's a BC though. I was like, wait a minute. So she's dramatically different because she's a BC, not a CV. That's why I'm looking at this like, wait a minute. So, like, I can kind of excuse Constellation because she is functionally different from the other two. Like, since we're well, yeah, that would make sense too because they have the skills that they do. Just every now and then they shoot the bursts as designed. They were BCs. Yeah. But I'm willing to forgive it here because she actually is a BC, which, like I said, functions at a such dramatically differently from a CV. So it's okay for them to be like, I would say that's okay for them to be very different in design. Granted, the consistency between Saratoga and Lexington is fine. So that's what's fine. Yeah, the naval treaty. Washington Naval Treaty, probably, right? Or was it a different one? No, I'm pretty sure it was Washington Naval Treaty. That would make sense. But yeah, like, that's what I was thinking. Like, that's what I would consider the most, is like, if you look at these characters and they like, I'm okay with them with Constellation versus Lexington and Saratoga, but like Shangri-La and Franklin, or like Essex class as a whole and Franklin being so fundamentally different. Like, she doesn't have the collar. Like, it doesn't have to be like how Bunker Hills is. They have like this kind of like this going on here. I don't know how to describe this. Intrepid's got it. Tycon's got it. Essex has it by already. But it's like there's a whole bunch of stuff here that like is missing. But it's like, it's why I'm kind of in the mindset of, I think they're kind of breaking their characters a bit for the sake of making fan service work. Because that would explain the ludonarrative dissonance that they have on some characters. It would explain designs being so dramatically different and also kind of more appealing towards that aspect of the game. Again, it's not the fact that it's less the fact that it's fan service. It's more the fact that they're breaking characters to do that.
or at least breaking consistency, or in some cases with personalities, they're basically just like, I don't say correcting, but retconning or overwriting. Also, why is Franklin dressed like that if she's an outdoorsy type?
指揮官くん、お出かけの荷物を。
Yeah, like if I know she is an outdoorsy type because she talks about that, but it's like one of the who's the one that has, is it Shangri-La that has the?
今日から指揮官のすべてを書き記していきますね。
That's more fossil. That's more like archaeology. Yeah, it's definitely not what I'm thinking. Yeah, washed in her nurse skin. Yeah. I know that one's gonna draw ire a bit, because, I mean, I am kind of upset by it. It definitely is not... That's definitely not her. I'd say the same with Repulse. And if you want the main reason, it's more like, if you look at... Like, I wouldn't push this hard on Repulse if you didn't have this entire chapter right here. So it's like, this chapter basically kind of goes, like, if I remember correctly, she basically leaves you with Renown, and she goes runs off. You don't understand her motives for why she's doing that, but you come in here and you'll start to realize what she's doing. So you basically just, you tell Renown you'll be back, and you go to find her. And when you read this dialogue, it doesn't really seem like much at first, but then you start to realize, after a while here, what's going on here. Fall in the water, so study carefully. Maybe he's trying to hide it. What's wrong with you? I've been trying so hard to give you two space, wasting your big chance. As long as you two are happy, that's all I want. She basically isn't, like, she's already dumped herself off this, she's basically separated herself because she wants, like I said, she's putting people up on pedestals and choosing to prioritize them over her, even though this is supposed to be her memory. So you can see right here, this is more of that inferiority complex playing in already. Like, she doesn't think she could ever do anything like her sister. So it's like, I look at this dialogue here, and then I look at that skin and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. The ending of that is pretty much just him comforting her. That's just how that is. But it's like, I remember that memory quite vividly, and then I look at that skin and I'm like, that's not her. Because, you know, she has that whole thing about not wanting, you know, she's wanting you to put your eyes on everyone else, and then her lines on her skin are very, hey, look at me, look at this pose I'm doing, look at this. I'm like, I'm sure she's wanting to show off, but I feel like that's more of a Repulse meta than that is Repulse. Because Repulse meta is a bit more like that than Repulse herself. So it is kind of a little rough. That's mainly like my whole thing with that. So that's my only like real evidence there. So anyway, I will save like most of my stuff for a more like organized video, because I'm pretty sure it's hard to keep everything in a relatively easy way to digest if I just spew everything out. But yeah, Friday will be more Paper Mario. I'm thinking about maybe a stream over the weekend. I'm not sure yet. That might be something I'll decide last minute and I kind of feel bad for, but I'll figure that out if I do that. Otherwise, Monday, Wednesday, Friday will be back next week. I think I'm pretty much going to be doing Arc Nights, and then my Monday game will remain a secret for now. And I'm also going to see if I can get... I should have a lot more time over the weekend. Might see if I could try to get videos running back up again. What do you think Volta be like? I'm gonna go to his sister ship. I don't think she I mean I don't want to believe that they'll be the same as each other. It might be a case where both of them share, well, the Mogador, that part of Mogador, but maybe Volta might be more, like, what's the word? Closeted? Is that the right word? I don't know.
任務か。こういうの鈴屋の方が得意ね。
So that I could see. I mean, it just depends. I don't necessarily know how they'll write them up. As in, she wears more clothes from the club. No, like, think Mogador, but instead of being very outright with it, or at least acting that way that she does, she's more reserved and kind of hides it. That I could see. Reminds me of Bremerton. Yeah, that's a good point. You've got... Well, I mean, you've got a lot of problems. You have the, that's not the only one. Like, I can still point to Belfast.
お目覚めですか？
Prime and proper, and then all of a sudden this.
寝顔が大変可愛くて、つい起こすのが惜しくて。
Like, she goes out of her way to correct, like, the Dido class maids because they do be like that. But yeah. That is Royal Navy still. But yeah, Bremerton going from... Whoops. Like, there's a little bit of fan service in these, and it's fine. I'm not gonna care about these. They're actually not, like, this one's pretty sick, actually. Kind of reminds me of something like an actual movie theater character. This one is cute. I probably should have gotten that one, honestly. I can get it if I wanted to, but I'll wait and see. But yeah, like, you have all of these, which don't really focus on it, and then all of a sudden you have this one that's just very in your... Hey, yo! Okay! I wasn't ready for that. Well then, I wasn't ready for that. What happened? She made an expression that I don't know if YouTube would be okay with. But yeah. Absolutely though, I do agree that I do kind of feel like Bremerton's, like, whole thing is being like, cause that was the best way I did. Thanks for the tip. I didn't think that was gonna happen. Did you get the point? I think I didn't know it was gonna do that. In all honesty,
Simply how they did bridge the gap. Yeah.
I don't know. I definitely know there's a lot of people that were easily upset over, like, that type of change in the character. Almost, and I know, like, a very common one that I know, one that I've seen, actually been asking people around a bit, that actually gets this criticism is, Shinano. So, she's definitely someone I know that gets it. I asked a couple of people, because I know they're big, Shinano fans. And they all kind of said the same thing. And it's less so, like, it's more her, like, these two skins don't really talk, like, the one thing they all said in common is these first two skins, don't really hint towards anything like that. And then next thing you know, that she just starts going that way. Not that, like I said, these skins are fine, but they have to keep the character consistent. And I did look at some of these lines; they do go a bit far. Thankfully, you got her skin before it got. Oh yeah, this one you can't even get anymore. It's just straight up got. Jesus. Hi. It's not that bad though. Like it's just a bunny outfit. I think it's probably the animations that did it though. But it's like you have. I don't know, the voice lines from her and other stuff. It just seems like such a dramatic switch. I don't know. I'm a little bit worried about that because it does kind of feel like they're like. Granted, a lot of the characters. Some of them don't have really well developed personalities that you could really say. Or that you could say you fully know about them. So, like, you may not necessarily know Alba that well. Or you may not necessarily know Myoko or I-13 or... Well, that'd be kind of probably more concerning in different ways. Well, no, Shimato's been somewhat developed from the main story. But, like, Chokai... But, like, you have all these characters that have... some basic elements of their personality built out from the events, but that's all they really have. So it's like, if they rapidly change the characters, it's almost as if they feel like they retconned the old version to make the new one. I would like less fanservice-y skins, more skins with personality. The problem, I think, is, if they did that, they probably won't sell well. And that's why you see, you know... these skins in battle passes. That's why you would probably see, you know, you see skins like these in the battle pass. This is adorable. I don't think it would sell well. Even if it was live 2D, I don't think it would sell well. AL knows their target audience. They cater towards it, and that's not a fault of theirs. Optimal business strategy is to cater to your like bread and butter audience. They will oversaturate. Yeah, they probably will. They probably will. The Colorado skin. Oh yeah, like that one's also good. The Colorado one's adorable. I have a retrofit on, but this one is also pretty cute. It is pretty cute. But it's like, I don't think this... I don't think this skin would have sold well either. It looks great. It fits her well. I like it a lot. But I don't think it would ever sell anywhere near as well as some of the more attention-getting ones. Like, we've already seen much of those. You know. I would love to see more personality-based skins. I mean, I live and die by this one on Oklahoma. This one is so good. It feels like something she would do. We also didn't have a kimono skin for quite some time. I have not thought about kimono skins. I mean, they're a nice theme. But yeah, like I love skins like these. If AL pumps out these and puts them on like the store, I'd absolutely drop money on them. Because I love these a lot. But it's the sad, unfortunate truth that these are probably not going to sell well. And it's not their fault that they choose to prioritize on what sells well versus what doesn't. Even if it technically is not as concerning as some of the other things. I wish I was the Manju on the cannon. Wait, on the cannon? Wait, on the cannon or in the cannon? Man's about to be fired out like a cannonball. But that's just how that is. Like, I'm willing to at least acknowledge, yes, this stuff sells. Or, sorry, not this. The Shinano skin sells. You know, honestly, I kind of missed on this one. I like this one a lot. But I don't think there's... Is there a good one in this one? This one will sell. This one probably less so than this one. I think this one still sells. But that's just expected at this point. You have to also consider that this is kind of what the community is at the same time. It's their target audience. It's what works. It's bread and butter. I'm going to say these points again over and over and over again. But
that's really all I'm saying. Is it's like, you know, I would love to see more personality-based skins and less of these, but I know that that would hurt them. So I'm willing to accept that. You know, I have to be more nuanced on it. I can't just be like, you know, I had to be very balanced on that argument because I know that like I said, I have to face reality. You know, I know I'm not the target audience, and I know it sells, so, you know, I can't fault AL as a company for doing that. Go for some bread and butter. Yeah, Sky, go eat. Stop being dumb. Customized to be either covered or very yabe. Well, that already exists though. Like, you know, you have skins that aren't that crazy. Like this one on her, for example. You have skins that are like that. I don't think she has any others. No, she does. I forgot. She has the glasses here and then the weird triangle. The yellow triangle, I should say, not the weird triangle. The weird yellow triangle. I guess it fits the color palette better than blue. Because you got the little traces of gold on this and on the little, whatever you would call this, brooch? And I'm just suddenly reminded of Georgia Beam. But yeah, I do like Georgia a lot, honestly. You know. And it's like, that's the thing too, is like, it's very, like, fan service is subjective. For some people, they like very, you know, eyebrow raising skins. I'll put it that way to be nice to it. Others like ones like these. Like this looks amazing on her. I choose this one, and I've stuck with this one because I like what the story behind this one was with these two characters. Supposedly they were done by different artists, and that was kind of nice to hear. Is the base ships are starting looking like OnlyFans? It do be that way, don't it? Yeah, the skins do kind of make them feel that way, and what makes it sad is because their characters don't have like. Because the characters themselves don't have considerable amounts of development around them, maybe they'll get it in the future, that's fine. But in the case that they don't, you're more than likely going to remember a character like Maggiore. Now, if you've oathed her, it's a different story. But you're probably going to more likely remember her for this than you're going to be to remember her actual character and the story role she played. Not really great. Granted, that skin isn't anywhere near as bad as some of the other ones, but it's still a case where it's like you're going to remember the characters more for the skins they wore than you're going to remember them for the character that they have. Oather, I don't know about her story. Well, I mean, some people... Look, there's some people I know that like her a lot. Oh yeah, the Wakaba cut. The little mustache. Yeah. But yeah, like, that's... Like, that... My criticisms towards fan service is less that it exists. It's more of what they're doing with it feels a little too careless, borderline tasteless, and it's the only thing that they're focusing on. And while yes, it's fine that I like I said, I'm not the target audience, and it is their bread and butter. It is what keeps the lights on. It's more than likely where all their revenue comes from anyway. It can't be the focus. It should probably... I think I'd have to accept that it has to be the focus. But it should be like a 60-40. Or like a 55-45, not a 80-20, or something even lower than that. You know, that's really, because I feel like if they said like 400 hours went into this update,
between all the coding they had to do, between all the character designs and artwork they had to do, I am more convinced that 90% of that time went towards the Live 2D skins and just any of the skins as a whole. That makes sense, though, because it's where they make their money. Now, I don't like that it's all that. I would like to see more towards the game, because good skins will draw players, but a poor game, hard to follow story, and not very fleshed out characters is gonna make people kind of less likely to stay. Because these games heavily focus on audience and player retention, and generally you have to keep somebody around in the long run. And these skins aren't going to be around 24/7. Now, some of them are when they finally get put permanently in, but you have to have something in the intermediary, and if what you have in the intermediary isn't good, you're not going to hold you have good retention. That's kind of where I'm at now. That's kind of where I feel about Ale. It's not that I think this game's going to die. I think it'll be fine. It's just, it's not in the best, I feel, in the best state. It's gotta make sense. Yeah, it has to make sense. It needs to make sense. I would also, like I said, I would love the game to have more draw to it, and give players reasons to log in more than just, go here, click this, repeat, click, go. And then shove it off in one of the monitors and forget that you were grinding it, and 6 hours later you remember you were grinding it. I get that gacha games are like that nowadays. The ones I play might be more exceptions to it, because there's the sweep mechanics of other games, there's the autoplay that Arknights has. And to a degree, the 3D realm of gacha games is kind of shattering that, because those ones you had to be way more hands-on-y. Now, granted, Girls Frontline less so. Games like Genshin, ZZZ, probably way more. Actually, I think more than likely get more. I don't know about, I don't know Wuthering Waves enough. I'm pretty sure it's like a Genshin or ZZZ where it's very action-y, so you have to be involved. But that's just the nature of those games. So, it is a case where it's it's kind of that way. My guild leader quit because of the game's horniness, and the game becomes too stale. Yeah. I'm not surprised by that. It wouldn't surprise me. There's a lot of people I knew that played this game almost every day. Here, let me give you an idea. Where's my friends list? Okay, everyone that's logged in recently is fine. But let me point this out. Down, way further down. So, this guy logged in almost every single day that I knew. There was not I would chat with him sometimes, and it was pretty cool to hang out with him. This guy, on almost every single day. I think a few of these other people are also... Pop-Tart. This is one of my mods. He stopped playing because he didn't like the direction of the game. This person was hilarious to talk to every now and then. But you could see, 430 days old. So, it kind of sucks. A lot of these people, I've met from the old days. Pop-Tart's an exception. We introduced him to this game, and I think I don't know why he stopped playing, but I'm not gonna pass him on it. But yeah, you can see, these are players I've known for a long time. And a lot of them have... Some of them will probably come back when a major update, like a new UR comes in. Some of them might. Maybe it's a UR of a faction they like, for all I know. I don't know. But... Jeez, alright, that was one. But yeah, it's sad to see my friends list like that now. And I know my requests are probably going to be similar. There's a lot of people here that probably have stopped. I don't know. But it is kind of sad to see things like this. Especially people that I knew played it a lot. I just opened the game after 2 years. Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's just how it is. If you're gone for a while, a character comes out that you were interested in, they come back for a little bit, but that's okay.
And it's okay, but like, you will draw the attention of people with the skins. This skin is going to definitely get attention, especially for some of the animations it has. And you'll probably get some conversion there. The thing is though, for this to really matter in the end, you have to retain players too. You know, neuron activation does work, but it it's one of those things where you have to, like, there's no point to the store if you know, if the player doesn't want to play the game, the store already is not going to see that activity. They can just go on to one of the wikis and grab the PNG, or go on to Ruma's account. I think covers skins. They can go to Ruma Brunsted's YouTube channel and look up the skin there and see how it and see its animations and everything. They don't have to play the game to do that stuff. Now, granted, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because some people just simply don't want to play the game, but they're curious what it was about. But you know, what hurts that is that there is nothing to draw the player to come here, grab this, and then stay around. They might grab it, maybe leave, come back, maybe, and then it's the same thing. It'll repeat itself over and over again, and eventually it'll fail. What about those who prefer story? That's a smaller subset of AL's community than I think most people probably realize. That's not a fault of everybody, though. I mean, yeah, there's the Ian can't read. I think that applies. I think there's some variation of it in other servers, but I don't know how big the lore community is outside of English speaking. Well, I knew about the Spanish speaking one, and they lost Space DGN, so that's a different story. But that's how it is. Gets less effect the more you do it. It doesn't. Eventually, they just don't care anymore. Yeah, and that's kind of sad too. All right, see you, lady. Have a good one. Gotcha players can't read. Lore community feels so small right now. Yeah, it really is. Like, I don't know how many people I would know that actually do know the story of AL. There's a lot of people I know that are curious, and honestly, that partially falls on me for not doing videos on it, or at least keeping up with videos on it. Then again, around the time that video came out, I had a pretty rough time, so I probably I'm much better now, but yeah, that was a rough year and a half. Does huge analysis of the event, and who does in general? Yeah, like CN has those two, but like, how many people do you know how big the CN lore community is? So it's like, that's like, I'm okay with, like, I feel like I'm taking a kind of a, I don't know if middle of the road is the right stance, or right description stance for like this game right now. No, I don't. Haven't asked. Okay, fair enough. No worries. You don't have to. But like, it kind of makes me a little sad to see people complain about like the fan service of this game. Granted, if it's simply just complain, oh gosh, fan service, yeah, that's probably not a very good argument compared to what I think like the arguments I'm providing, which are a bit more in depth and can explain why I'm a little bit upset with them. So that's why I'm kind of hoping like the video does stir discussion, and if AL feels motivated enough, they might do what they did a couple years ago and like be like, okay, hey, we should probably look at this. Because they did, like, the feedback we gave them back then, that's why we have these right now. That's why we have these data packs, for example. I don't remember what else there was. Oh, I need to do these. I don't remember what else that feedback did, but I remember, I think one of them was, like, people, like, on commissions didn't have to worry about, or you don't have to, like, take them off and do something with them. We need the voice from the CN community to make some change. Well, so here's the thing, too. in Infield, that game was getting like non-stop like praise for its beta, and then a video came out that did a bit of both. It talked about a lot of the good that Infield had, but it covered a lot of the really bad and major concerns that he has. Now there was some doom posting in there, which I didn't really like, and I don't think a lot of people did either. But he did have some harsh criticisms for the game, and as much as people were talking about just simply the good things of Infield, I don't think that the negatives were being talked about too much. So when his video made its way to the CN audience, a lot of people agreed on it. Now, is that going to be the case with me? I don't think so. I don't know. But I'm willing to at least try. And if nothing ends up happening, well, I don't know. I've had this growing concern that AL might get dropped at some point. Like, that's really something I'm concerned about for me. This is I love Arknights with all the modes it has. Well, yeah. This doesn't add anything. I gave up Arknights. Yeah, so Arknights and Azur Lane both have story execution issues. The difference between their execution issues, though, is that in most cases it's either, yeah, exactly as you said, there's a lot of jargon nonsense, or two, you're going to be reading a lot more. Both Azur Lane's like issues with execution and Arknights' execution are both going to cause you to spend more time in the lore of the game. The difference between them is Arknights is you're going to be spending more time reading it. Azur Lane, you're probably going to be spending time trying to figure out the order of events. You know, what needs to be read in what order. How am I going to read it because I missed this event? You know. Yeesh. So. It is what it is. What I see in Reddit and Twitter is... Twitter about AL fan service is mostly bad, taking absolute buy. Well, yeah, like, that's what I mean. Is like, I don't feel like my argument is the same fan service argument that we see all the time online. Like I said, I'm even willing to cede that ground that yes, it sells. I'm not upset over that. I'm not upset over the presence of fan service in this game. But it's more of the other concerns I have that make this game weak compared to the other games. Like I said, like I was saying, if it's not fan service, there is probably a 99% chance the game beats AL in it. And that's just the sad thing about it. I want them to look at that and see what they could do for it. But I don't know if they would do it, so I don't. It's like I said, it's a conflicted feeling. So, I'll make the video. If it goes well, it goes well. If it doesn't, well, it doesn't matter to me. I'm at least getting it off my chest and saying what I want to say. This just me problem. In Arknights, more about politics of war. It sometimes makes me angry because it happened IRL for stupid reason. Well, that just makes it relatable. You know. Sometimes people do stupid things in the story. Like, for example, Exilium has a character that I absolutely hated because he treated the doll characters like absolute crap. Granted, he had a reason, and his backstory alludes to that, but it still wrote him in a way that you hated his guts at first, but then you respected him in the end. So, yeah. Similar to AL and change the ship girls, and the girls talk the language and have battles, but it's so grindy and boring. It's amazing. Check it. I've heard about that game, Victory Bells. I don't think it blew up anywhere near as AL did. Like, AL kind of is the king of ship girls for ship girl gacha games for now. I don't know how well it'll be. Hater of clankers. I do kind of feel like in the end he respected Kukle. He probably still didn't like her, but he at least respected her.
すずよ、お腹減った？なんか出前で頼む？
And I think that's kind of how it ended up being in the end. Is while yes, Kukle may have hated Dimitri for for his ideas and everything and what he was doing, she probably at least respected him in the end for at least seeing that, hey, the mission needs to be done. You have to do this. Victory Bells blew up so poorly their publisher dipped. Ooh, that sucks. I hope the game leads to some difference. We'll see. It may not. I mean, for all I know, it might be dead. It might not ever get much attention, which I don't know. But I definitely am worried about AL. I'll leave it that way. Break those bad takes. Yeah, I hope so too. That's why, like, I think part of it too that might help, like, kind of lower the temperature in terms of like the potential, like, you know, people being angry over the video, is the, like, I'm also going to give suggestions. Like, I'm not just trying to, like, you know, shit talk AL. I'm not doing that. I'm looking at AL from the point of, hey, this is definitely some major concerns here. Here's some ideas I have. You don't have to take them, but they're ideas that I think would help. Are they going to justify the time for it? I don't know. But at least them willing to hear me out is something that I'm okay with. Path to Nowhere. I've heard about Path to Nowhere. It's more social in everyday life, but still complex. Yeah. Blue Archive is nice too. Like, I don't like the gameplay, but the reason why I'm okay with it is because the story and character development of Blue Archive is really good. I'm really happy with how they do a lot of their writing, and that is that's something that keeps me around. So I would say, like, if you're looking at a game for retention, you need good characters, good designed and developed characters. You need a really strong and very interesting story. Or, I shouldn't be saying and, I should be saying or. And you have, like, these things that are, you know, have gameplay that is engaging, interesting, fun to play. You know, these things are going to keep players around more often than anything else. So that's where I feel like if you're going to have a game, you need to make sure one of those three sticks out. AL, unfortunately, I feel fails all three. You're making a separate even. Oh yeah, no, I am. I actually am. I'm gonna make sure I mention that too, so that way people know that, like, no, I'm not intentionally just gonna be being brutal to AL for the sake of being brutal. No, I'm generally being critical. I think it's that problems I had. Well, give it some time, man, because I think there's talks about it moving to Steam, so you might be able to get, like, a completely different experience with it being on Steam. And my general experience with Girls Frontline on Steam has been very positive. I'm very happy with it using all the systems there. At the end of the day, we just want the game we like to get better for everyone. Yeah, exactly. Like, I have so much attachment to this game. I do. I'm not necessarily the biggest content creator for this game, but I definitely enjoy everything around this game. Like, constant memory is one of the things I absolutely love about what I'm doing in this game, is because I'm working with people that like this game too. Maybe they have problems with it like I do, but they still have some attachment to the game in one way, shape, or form. And that's what I really, really like about that kind of stuff. And it's like, you know, meeting Meta, meeting Ander, all of those other creators that, you know, some of them have gone, some of them have moved on, some of them are doing other things. I don't know what they're all doing. It's fine. You know, people's lives and priorities changes. That's okay. But, like, meeting all of those people, getting to know them, working with some of them, having some fun little jokes that we have in each other's videos. Like, for example, Zoe had her San Diego video that I was goofy on. And then the inverse, where I brought Zoe for my Reload video, which was the funniest thing I've ever done. You know, going on those streams with Meta is great. I wasn't able to make the Monday one because, let's face it, I don't want to be up at 5 in the morning on Monday. Especially since I had to work at like 7 that day anyway. Too many people these days view criticism as hating on things, and in reality, it comes from the love of the game. Yeah, and I think, like, that's why I think what I've been doing, like, I've rewritten this script, like, 2 or 3 times now, and each time, like, the first time I wrote it, I could definitely tell my temperature on that video was very heated. And then on the second rewrite, and then the third rewrite, or, sorry, the first rewrite, then the second rewrite, I noticed that, like, tone and and what felt like a rant disappeared. And it became more, and I think what also helps too is interacting with people on, giving the points on Twitter and letting people interact with me on that case and arguing a little bit, sure, but seeing their perspectives and saying, okay, that's a good point, I should include this in here, and then give like what my own retort would be to that or something like that, just to kind of balance out both arguments there. Because it's like, I want to make sure that, you know, like I said, I acknowledge that I'm not the main audience. That's okay. But this game should be like, this game does have like, what's the question people ask? Is Azur Lane a fan service game? Yes and no. It has fan service. That's fine. Azur Lane shouldn't be just fan service. That's the problem. I know in DeviantArt, knowing people, talking to them, works with them, making a change. Yeah, fair. Like, that's it. Like, you get, the more engaged you are with the community, it actually feels, you have a much stronger attachment to it. I don't want to see this game fail. I don't. I don't think it will, because it pulls a lot of money. And I think, you know, with how this game and everything is handled, I don't think it's going to have an issue, especially since it, like I said, December, it did really well. But it's still the fact that I'm very concerned about the game and the direction it's going. And I think the longer I've been spending writing and rewriting and making sure my viewpoints are strong and at least understandable, I would hope that people are not thinking that I'm just like trashing the game, but also talking about, you know, hey, there's issues here. These need to be dealt with. Do you feel the bullet hell gameplay of AL? Yeah, it really does. You've got healers that give the health back. You've got character. Well, let me put it this way: the game's combat, it's complicated in its damage formulas and everything. It's the math behind it all is complex, but when you ignore the complexities of those formulas and just simply look at the game from experience and face value, it's very bland. Doesn't really feed other audience. If you aren't part of the main font, you don't get anything. Yeah, that's the problem. But that's like the bigger thing is, if it caters to one audience, that audience will slowly dwindle out. Especially if there's games that provide something similar, maybe not as good, but similar, and are better in other ways. So like, I don't know a lot of fan servicey games that I could think off the top. I know Brown Dust 2, but I know nothing about that game. Nikke, from what I've seen, it doesn't look necessarily as fun to play, but the story from what I've seen is actually relatively interesting. And I'm pretty sure the characters themselves are probably interesting in their own ways. And it does seem like they have a good amount of humor in their stories as well, which is nice. But like, Nikke could end up taking away from AL, and that dwindles that singular audience that they're working with. What would kill a game? What kills a game probably the quickest would be honing in on one audience and sticking with that audience and not providing enough to retain and also bring new people in. I'm not saying they need to widen and appeal to more players. Games that do that hurt themselves more if they do that, because you've got there's so much history on that. Nikke's story is better and the gameplay is better than AL in my opinion. Like, yeah, like, and that's the thing. Like, people are more than likely going to be playing Nikke than they are to be playing Azur Lane, because Azur Lane has weaker on those two strategy fronts. Yeah, trying to switch audience is a good way to yeah, you don't want to switch your audience, and you don't want to broaden it too hard. You want to try to keep your core, but maybe just a little bit reach out to people around it. Because it's like, say you have like a giant pile of, I don't know what a good example would be. Just, I was thinking like chips or something, like poker chips, and you're trying to pull them all in. You can keep your hands relatively small to pull a small pool, but it's going to be better if you reach out just a little bit and grab more. Granted, if you reach out and pull too much, you know, you're probably not going to be able to get a lot of it. But right now, the only reason I keep playing it is because how free to play friendly it is. That's fair. Yeah. Nikkei's a straight horn dog game. Well, okay, let's also be fair. Azur ain't escaping those allegations either. And I do feel like the core general artwork for Nikkei, for like it's the character's art and as a whole, is definitely going to be AL in that sense, but AL goes above and beyond on the skins. So Nikkei wins in some areas, but Azur destroys them in the others. So yeah, I don't think you could just call Nikkei that. I think AL gets that title too. I've got a oh gosh, no, I got that stupid song stuck in my head. Thanks, Percy. Oh my goodness, no. That it was feeding more audience than slowly cutting the feeding tube and letting us starve. I guess, kinda. Came for the plot, stays for the plot. Yeah. It's a highlight. No, they're not trying at all. And like I said, they don't have a reason to. They're making bank. Snowbreak, thank you, Alsace. I didn't think about that. They're making bank. They are absolutely making a killing with it, and that's fine. You know, we all have to look at it. They're a business. They have to keep themselves afloat somehow. And yes, you could argue, well, that's greed, but like, no. There are worse examples of greed than simply catering to your target audience and nothing else. What about Wuthering Waves and ZZZ? I have not played either of those to really know how much into that type of game they are. You should do Morgadora's memory. I have got a few memories I want to do ahead in front of that before I do that one. So, but yeah, like, what I hope is when, like, I've got to rewrite this script. Oh, I don't think I need to right now. I've got it for the most part finished. I just want to, I got to keep going through it and make sure it does, is this tone okay? You know. Because there's a lot, it's less that I don't want to be contested on viewpoints. I am fine sitting down with people who completely disagree with me and trying to find a middle ground that works. That is something I am perfectly fine with. There may be times it gets heated. I'm willing to accept that, but it's still a thing where it's like, it's better to have that conversation than to sit there and shut each other out and, you know, nothing gets accomplished. The problem is, the only thing I can hope for is that I can get those opportunities. So, now we have more and more mobile games with PC in mind than mobiles. These will kill the game. I don't know about that. AO will still be a mobile game. Well, I don't know how well they do over in JP land, but like the Hoyoverse games and Wuthering Waves was a Kuro, right? They're called Kuro games or something like that. I imagine they're doing fine in JP too. I'm definitely certain that they probably lose like a small percentage of what could have been potential players because I don't think PC and console gaming are huge in Japan as much as like mobile gaming is. Tower defense stuff really turned me off about 2 years ago when I was behind. I can understand that. I actually love tower defense, so that works in my that played to me more. But that's also part of like, you know, who's the core audience of your game? And Arknights hasn't really changed it much. Azur Lanes has. Well, not really. It has in the sense that it's trimmed it down.
It's not that it's completely changed. Has been growing, but with their work culture, mobile gaming makes more sense. Yeah, exactly. Like I can see that for SEA. So that's fine. It's okay. One negative, Nikkei, is that the combat is more difficult on mobile than on PC. Oh, really? Huh. I wonder why, actually. I'm kind of curious about that. But yeah, that's... I thought you signed up an hour ago. It seems the yap took hold. Yeah, it did. I've been telling myself you need to shut up. You gotta shut up. You got work in the morning. But no, we kept yapping and everyone was talking about things and bringing up good points. So, yeah. So much for going to bed at midnight. Yeah. I should probably hop off that at this point. But yeah. You need to be phone to play Nika. I don't think I'd really play games on my phone though. Like I play a few, but no. Anyway, sleep. Yeah, I probably should. All right. Enough of that yapping. I'm sure you guys have heard a lot. I hope that you know, these viewpoints I have don't like make any of you angry at me or anything like that. I mean, I can understand the frustration, but at the same time, like, it's just how I feel about the game as a whole right now. So, anyway, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for having a good time if you did. And hopefully your polls went well if you are still going for any characters. And I will see you guys tomorrow for some Paper Mario. For those of you that are interested. I'm furious with you. Oh god, what did I do? Oh man. Alright. Catch you guys all later.